live. Morning, folks. I had to take care of a few things off stream this morning. But I've been thinking about vtrace and what we can do with vtrace. So I don't think it's completely broken, first of all, because this actually trains somewhat, like reasonably. Nowhere near as good as PPO. Stalls at 50 instead of 80. But you know, there's definitely something there. So I think the main question is around the clipping stuff with PPO, right? My stream not shows online. Okay, there we go. So I think the main thing I want to get done initially today is to figure out what's up with vtrace. Because if this works, this should fix a lot of problems with off policy correction, which should fix a lot of stuff. So the issue that I have, right, is it's not just like a clean replacement for GAE. Because you take this advantage from GAE, right? You norm it. This is just prioritized replay, you can ignore that. And then you do this clipped loss. Whereas vtrace also modifies the loss to just be this scaled log softmax thing, right? See what this does. Well, that's tiny. That doesn't make much sense, does it? Let me just put this before prioritization. Make sure that's not the thing messing us up. Very low values, right? Very, very low values. This shouldn't work, right? If I just do this, I think this doesn't work. No, see, that crashes your learning. But there's definitely a scale issue here. This scale's like way, way off. So normally you would want to do, hang on. You norm the advantage, you multiply by prio, and then you do a clipped loss. This loss isn't going to be scaled to 1, right? And then a loss, that's not going to be scaled to 1. I think I tried this already, but why do you have to change the loss with, why do you have to change the loss? Why can't I just do this? Right? I think I have to get rid of the negative sign. What's wrong here? Man, it's been a while since war something something的。我能说点中文，可是我不能读。读中文太难了。你写的是什么？ Probably this is reinforcement learning. Yeah, this is reinforcement learning, Dev.我学中文学了差不多6年了，所以我能说一点。可是因为我很长没读，我现在不能读中文，还能说一点。以前说的比较好，应该练习练习一点。I'd have to like actually properly practice to be able to communicate usefully. It's kind of just a funny white guy parlor trick at the moment. Chinese student. There's a lot of good RL in China. The game labs there kept going on RL. After like OpenAI stopped, I guess DeepMind still has been doing game stuff for a while. They've still been doing a lot of game stuff, but they definitely slowed down since like 2020, 2021. I can't imagine they're doing the same amount and just publishing it less because like there's not really a reason you wouldn't publish like game RL stuff. Nest? I don't know what you mean by nest. I want to learn more from you for a while. Is this what you learned? I don't know what you mean by that. Oh, that's it. We are currently working on vtrace in PufferLib. Can the anchor... Wait, can the anchor hand in? Is that mistranslated? Anchor. And in something about Python. I figured that anchor learning was mistranslated as is it reinforcement learning? Our translation software in China is not very good. It should be. I think any of your language models should work. Are they only trained on Chinese? You guys should have multi-language models, right? Any of the language models will do translation pretty well. I understand some of what you said. I try to speak simpler. It's hard to speak simply about like reinforcement learning stuff though. What is your technical station? Anchor, I guess it's host. I'm guessing you're asking what my job is. 我的工作是什么? In that case, it's research. What's research? My goal is to make reinforcement learning fast and simple. This is mostly scientific research, engineering. Is it engineering? 工程. Yeah, 工程. Hey, Rogues? No. What's on the menu today? We're working on vtrace implementation. Peanut here is like giving me an impromptu Chinese quiz, but other than that, we're working on trying to get vtrace working. Technology will be very popular in China. I hope so. I ran competitions, and I think NetEase was, and Bilibili, they always entered them, and they always submitted some cool stuff. vtrace? vtrace is this. So it's from Impala. This is kind of a replacement for generalized advantage estimation. It's kind of similar. The goal of it is to do off-policy correction. So if you have some old samples that you're using for training, it should be more stable than generalized advantage estimation. We're trying to use this to enable Puffer to have a replay buffer, so we can do a little bit of prioritized experience replay. Does this learn? Okay, so this does learn. It is more stable. Got it, but with PPO, yes. It's possible to have an experienced replay buffer for online algorithms. That is what I'm currently trying to figure out. It's not exactly going to be a replay buffer in the same sense for offline. Like, we want most of the data to be on policy, but the idea is we'd like to at least be able to keep around a few very high value trajectories, things like very rare events and stuff. So I'm trying to see if we can get off-policy correction to work with that. So not a ton of stale data, but like a little bit of stale data. Okay, I mean, this now worked, but this works worse than before. So, what's it say the advantage is going to be? This is the target. Hang on, this is... So this is the advantage here that we computed, right? Wait, gamma? There's not a row on this, right? I don't think this gets multiplied by row. Where did I see that this gets multiplied by row? I think I saw this from the original Impala implementation, right? Or from, was it MooLib? No, MonoBeast. This thing should have vtrace in it, right? Yeah, they do this policy gradient loss. They do this log softmax thing. So this is not a clippable ratio. Which B score? Vtrace here though. Yeah, so this is where I got the advantages from. They do clipped PG rows times reward plus gamma minus values. What if we take this off? Because, like, I'm gonna clip it at myself, right? Hang on. I'm planning on clipping this myself, so isn't this redundant? Oh, no, I'm not clipping. It's different because you're clipping the advantage, not the ratio. It's kind of weird. You clip the policy ratio, but not the advantage. That doesn't really do anything, right? Still stuck at 50. Okay, so that didn't help. Yeah, this is definitely better. This is still not doing what we want. I mean, it is like, it's not that far off though. See about the prio. That shouldn't mess anything up. Should be better with prio than without it. Okay, and if I take vtrace off, right? Comparison. So this is with GAE. So it does struggle a little bit, but it does get above 70 and it goes up to 80. You know, I wonder if this is a hyperparam thing though at this point, right? So there's this extra gamma parameter. Maybe you have to retune. Maybe it's just different now. So if I do like 9.5 gamma, did I remember to set it? Oh yeah, there you go. So it is hypers. I think it is just hypers. Let's actually track these. That would make sense, right? You have the extra lambda parameter in GAE, which kind of forces you towards more recent experience. Okay. What value of return are you aiming for? Like 80s. I think 80s generally is what I get from my PPO baseline. We're going to run it live anyways. You'll see in a second. Go grab ablations. Okay. It could just be this, to be honest. Because I don't like the way that they do the loss in vtrace. I don't think it's a good way to do loss. I think they're just missing the clipping factor from PPO. Okay, this is actually, yeah, this is a very solid performance. That's like nice and stable as well. And now we'll do without vtrace. which is now PPO, but this is PPO with 0.95 discount. So this might not be optimal. And then we'll do with the other reward. Or it might just be way better, to be fair. That's also possible. Yeah, this just ends up better. Okay, so you outperform here, not by a massive margin. Let's make sure that this is not. I kind of like the PPO formulation of it. I can try both. Okay, so this is about the same. So now that we have that dialed in, if I just don't do any of this stuff, right? This is the alternative. Yeah, that's not any better. So this is original Impala formulation. It's kind of bad. It's like way less stable. You're not getting any normalization on the advantage. We'll let this run just to see if it does something magical. But I think the more likely is, what if we just norm and don't clip? Is that a thing that we can do? I think that if you norm, then you have to clip. This actually does kind of catch up. What if you norm this way? This probably breaks it, right? Because now we're norming without clipping. I mean, it does something. Yeah, but now it gets unstable, right? It was training and then it crashes because you don't have the clipping anymore. Not norming the advantage is just rough. That's a thing that's in Clean RL, isn't it? Advantage norm. I didn't just make that up, right? Yeah, norm advantage here. Interestingly, it does it over the mini batch. Yeah, so like it just can't, not stable. And then like you can do the full clip thing. We can do clip without norm. I don't think this is good though. I think you really need the norm. I mean, this does something. I'm letting this run in case it converges higher. I don't think it will though. It's not like either of them just doesn't work, right? Like this works as well. You know, this kind of did catch up nicely, but just not as good as the norm. I mean, is it possible that we have like learning rate differences now? If I like fiddle with it? I mean, this is like very close, right? Let's see if this still works on breakout. The thing that strikes me as weird though, GAE worked on higher gamma. Maybe we should run that experiment next. I haven't seen that in so long. So breakout doesn't full solve here, but what if we do this? How does lambda affect the horizon? I think it is just lambda gamma, right? That's the Q function. Hmm. Okay, so that gets way closer to a solve right there just by doing that. It's like almost a proper solve. I think that would be too low even for this. I'm just trying to figure out if one is genuinely better or worse, or if it's hyperparameter shenanigans going on. I guess an equivalence would be if we set lambda equals 1 for PPO, right? Output would be a tensor that represents a few control point heights, as if you would have discretized the action space. We have few control point heights. That does worse. Too low. What is I gotta look up. I've been kind of iffy on the horizon, effective horizon of GAE, because like it's often 1 over 1 minus gamma is how it's quoted, but if you actually look at the math, right, you have this lambda smoothing factor, and these estimates get discounted more and more. So I think it is kind of gamma lambda. So if it's gamma lambda is the horizon, then right? I mean lambda's 0.85. So maybe gamma needs to be 0.85. That would seem a little odd to me. Yeah, but that's a full solve in 80 mil. Welcome, Hamza. Try 0.9 first. Let's look at some of these curves. So this is like 0.99, 0.98, 0.95. It could just be that there's a difference in how horizon is computed here. Like that would explain it. Q function of both points. It's pretty cool. Okay, so then this goes back to being worse, I think. What happens if I just run without vtrace with this param? How sensitive is breakout? I mean PPO to it. Because vtrace definitely works, I just don't think it works better so far. That is very good. Yeah, that's a very strong baseline actually, right? This ends up matching best run. And then if you take this off, and you use the original, is it just the additional lambda smoothing? Cannot quite understand. Can you briefly tell? Yeah, so I'm doing here, this is well, no, not this one, hang on. This is the generalized advantage estimation used in PPO. So we have this advantage function, And then we have vtrace, which is this alternative used in Impala. And this function here is supposed to make it easier to use off-policy data without collapsing your policy. So I have this implemented now. I have a CUDA kernel for both, and I'm trying to see if I can get vtrace to match PPO performance and then maybe be better off policy. But PPO is just a very strong baseline. It's just like always slightly better. I guess one thing I can technically do here, what happens if I force JE lambda? This will probably mess it up, right? It is possible, I suppose, that the lack of the lambda parameter is going to mess it up. Hang on. If I look at vtrace again, this is kind of like, this should be Python's machine training model. So here's the recursive form, right? It's lambda times CS Isn't this, like, this is really, really close. Oh, yeah, so not having lambda totally screws up GAE. What happens if I actually then set gamma equals, I'm curious to see if that breaks still. Because it is kind of like using lambda equals 1 with vtrace. Hang on, let's just put these up side by side. Can you integrate a lambda param with vtrace? Is that a thing that we could just do? Because like this is just an exponentially smoothed estimate, right? And then what are these deltas like? I watched it for a long time and I felt it looked so difficult. This? You were looking at this specifically? And this should just be like accumulating. What's this you're working on? So we have a CUDA kernel for generalized advantage estimation. We have a CUDA kernel for vtrace. I'm trying to see if I can outperform generalized advantage estimation with vtrace because supposedly it should make our algorithm a little bit more robust to off-policy samples. And I want to integrate a small off-policy replay buffer with PPO just so we can keep around some very high-value trajectories. Okay, so this is actually very interesting here, right? So what I just did, these last two runs here, this is GAE with original hypers but lambda set to 1. And then this is 0.95 with lambda set to 1. So if you do not have a lambda parameter for GAE, you're kind of just screwed. So the fact that vtrace doesn't have a lambda parameter is probably just going to make it worse. But I like what they do. What they're doing with V-trace fundamentally, right? Level of capture is far below. Sound is cut off a lot. Let me fix that. I have this nice mic here. Noise suppression. I mean, I just have a default compressor and noise suppression on this thing. I could probably just do this. That should probably be better. Mic is probably just too far. It's just in the frame. Let me make sure it's got the right mic. It should. Yeah, that's the right mic. Let me know if this is still screwing up. It's now fine. Yeah, this is just annoying because it's like now I literally have this right in my face, but whatever. I gotta figure out with the new setup. I'm gonna have more room to put stuff, and I gotta figure out like what is a better way to put a microphone. I just have this like mounted to the back of the desk, and it's just between my two monitors. Okay, so what I like about V-Trace. Yeah, we need one more paper for context here. So the main thing that PPO does, right? PPO introduces this. You get this ratio of pi theta over pi theta old, and then you clip based on this, right? So what V-Trace does essentially is it threads this estimate through the advantage computation. And actually, if I'm looking at this here, this one looks like yeah, okay. They just don't have as nice of a description of it here written out. They have it like in the paper somewhere. Hang on. They have a whole bunch of math here. Doesn't this look like this is sum of deltas? No, this is different. You don't have any more math, right? Yeah, this is going to all be results. Let me see if from the original form I can figure out the equivalence. I think it's pretty close. It's really this formula right here. So this is V sum T minus S. Yeah, so this is your gamma param. I think we should be looking at this one. What's this delta t? Reward plus gamma minus value. So this is the same, right? This term. And I think you get roughly the same telescoping effect here, right? I think you get the same telescoping, don't you? Maybe you don't quite because the CIs are different. Maybe that's why this is a little bit more complicated. But this sum of deltas, oh yeah, here, gamma to the L delta. So this is gamma to the L delta. They call it delta TV. This is not delta T times V. And then I think that you add the value to the advantage anyways, right? Hang on, this is the target, and then you add something to this. We're gonna figure this out today. You're working for some company? Puffer AI is my own company. My goal is to make reinforcement learning fast, sane, and stable. All the stuff that I work on, I do it all live, it's all open source, but companies can buy priority service packages from us, which is basically if you're doing reinforcement learning and you're having a hard time of it, you can get our eyes on your problem. You can get custom PufferLib features delivered very quickly, and you can get assistance integrating all of our tools with your problems. So that's the only thing we sell. All the code's open source, it's all free, and it's generally we have a fun time building cool stuff around here. Advantages, you take VS. It's seriously hard to work, but yeah. Yeah, this is it's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, but I mean the goal here is, and I think we're really close now, sane, stable, consistent reinforcement learning across the board. That would be like this just huge thing. And it's very close. It's not going to be some like crazy framework with like hundreds of thousands of lines of training code or anything. It's literally just going to end up being a few thousand lines of training code and a bunch of really fast environments for testing stuff. But we have to get everything right. And we're kind of at the stage where it comes down to getting the algorithms correct. What mathematics you learn for ML and deep learning? Math is of all of my skill set, my math is by far my weakest. I really didn't take very much math. I took some linear algebra courses, I guess. I took like whatever discrete mathematics you get exposed to just taking various different things in AI. But for the most part, when I look at stuff like this, I just kind of figure it out. By far, my engineering background is what I lean on the most heavily, followed by just like lots of years of doing basic science and getting good at it. Web developer working for a small startup. What? you think I can go for ML now and how much time it takes to learn it. It's hard. It's easier than it's ever been, but it's still hard. I mean, I started learning and like coding neural nets when I was like 16, and I published my first paper, I believe, when I was 19 or so. So it took like 3 years to be able to go from not knowing anything to doing basic productive research. I could do it a lot faster now because of the resources that are available, but also the standard for publishing stuff and like, making good contributions has gone up as well. I mean, you can, if for reinforcement learning specifically, I've got a quick start guide on puffer.ai that shows what I suggest to new people. For ML in general, like look at CS231N. It should be an easy course if you have like the appropriate background. It's not intended to be a hard course. It's intended to teach you things. And if you like really understand everything in that course, then you probably understand more than the majority of ML engineers working professionally, but nowhere near as much as the really good ones. This subtracts values of t. So this is t next minus values of t. Why does it do that? Wait, advantage? Wait, this is vxs plus this. Okay, so you don't add it here. Instead, you subtract it. So we remove this, we subtract this, and then these two are equivalent. I don't know. There's also this extra rewards of t. It's kind of weird, isn't it? Oh, this is because it's t next. Okay. So I think that this is like a notational difference. I think this is just pretty much a notational difference. If I have to go for agentic AI or generative, what do you think? I have to go through ML. But I don't have a better understanding of linear algebra and calculus. It's the same thing. It's all the same stuff. Like, I could work in any area of AI that I want, and it would take me like a few weeks at most to catch up on all the literature. Core engineering skills are really useful, especially like ML engineering. It's all core engineering skill. The fundamentals of deep learning are the same anywhere you go. The types of problems you'll be looking at and the things that matter are different at different scales. But like, I could very, very, very easily go from doing all this like ultra fast infrastructure for tiny RL models to doing like fast parallel infrastructure for LLMs. It would not be remotely challenging to go to like almost the complete polar opposite thing. And I mean, I started off in natural language processing. I did some research in vision. I got to RL. I did a bunch of science there. I got more into the engineering side. I built a bunch of tools, right? I've done a bunch of stuff. How many research papers do you read per week? It depends what I'm doing, right? When I'm building like infrastructure and environment stuff, 0. Now, like, I'm not really reading the full papers, but I'm like cross-referencing several papers in any given week. It really depends what you're doing though, right? Like, reinforcement learning has been stuck for the last 5 years. Like, the papers that came out last week or whatever, I can virtually guarantee you without reading them that they haven't made a difference. So it's not as much about keeping current, it's more about drawing the connections among all these things and finding the things that people have missed and being able to validate that way more quickly and way more exhaustively than anybody ever has, because I made PufferLib so fast that I can run experiments 1,000 times faster than anybody else can. That's how I look at it. This is just like, hang on, delta. I think if I figure out how to integrate a lambda term with this, it'll be better. Shouldn't be monitoring paper reading, be focused on understanding. Go through papers with LLMs. I mean, I use LLMs to sanity check sometimes, but they're really wrong half the time. They're like really wrong half the time. A good researcher is going to be way better at finding useful stuff from papers than an LLM every time. So here's rewards minus next values minus value, right? So this is reward minus plus value, no, what? Rewards plus next value minus value. Okay, so this is like your delta, right? And then this last JE lambda is delta plus maybe I can just like modify this a little bit. This is the hardest part of PPO to read. So Ryan, I think what I've realized here, vtrace has potential, but not as it's written. The lack of a lambda parameter is really hindering it. I'm trying to add a lambda parameter to vtrace now. Can't modify the horizon. It's just like an additional weird, it's like this weird doubly exponentially smooth thing, right? Because like the gamma is one exponential, the lambda is another. Apparently there's some theory behind that, but like I can tell you empirically, so vtrace does better than PPO if you have to fix lambda equals 1, but it does a little bit worse consistently if you are allowed to fix like a more reasonable lambda for PPO. Nowadays, companies are hiring more PhDs in math than CS or ML. What's your take on it? Somebody's got to write the code. If you're good at math and you like math, then do math, right? If you're like more naturally like drawn to engineering, get good at that. And then look for places where there is value to be had but people with your skill set are not attempting stuff in that area. Point of vtrace was to let you use even more off-policy data. It is. So Ryan, the way that I'm intuiting this, right, is that if you think of standard discounted return, APPO and Impala, yeah. So I think that the way to interpret this, Ryan, is that they both start from this formula right here. This is just standard discounted returns with a value baseline, right? And then GAE tacks on this additional lambda smoothing. And Impala tacks on a clipped ratio, right, to control off-policiness. I think that what you want is both of those. Yeah, let's just add what's a good name for this puff advantage? I guess I can do it in place for now, right? Nah. The puffer advantage. You're testing standard PPO with only minorly off-policy data. I don't want it to help. I just want it to not be worse than GAE. And then what I want to do is I want to use a off-policy replay buffer and have it not catastrophically break the way that GAE does. Right? Yeah, exactly, Ryan. That seems like a reasonable goal, right? Settle for slightly worse. Nah, that's just if you don't know how to code, man. I don't see why why it would be any worse. It should even just be better out of the box if you think about it, right? Because like PPO gets slightly off policy after the first mini batch anyways. Most tricks aren't that general. I don't know. Good thing that I work a lot of hours and can explore a lot of tricks, right? I literally was like woken up at 3 in the morning today because I had some algorithm ideas. I couldn't fall asleep for a bit because I was like, It's all RL all the time. Well, GAE isn't a magic bullet either, right? It's just like some shitty thing that's kind of hard to beat. It's not like GAE is the, like, optimal thing. Did I just seriously use C syntax in Python? I did, didn't I? Stood the test of time, though, with everything being tuned around it. Might want to run a big tuning sweep. Yeah. Well, the cool thing is I can do that, right? This is just like preliminary dev. You know, I've actually found PPOs pretty dang robust with RMs. Like, yeah, if you crank stuff down to 10 million steps, and then you're like cranking up the epochs and stuff, things get unstable. But in our setup, it's actually really surprisingly resilient. Like, you get clean, really clean curves on a lot of the simpler M's with a pretty wide range of hypers. Muon helped, cosine annealing helped. Like, we've really, really made RL a lot easier than the RL you're thinking of. It actually feels like working in a different field since we added all the new stuff. Like, it no longer feels crazy cursed. Like, a lot of things kind of just make sense. Like, a month and a half ago, I would have agreed with you. You literally couldn't do anything without rerunning a full hypersweep. Now you kind of can. You can't do everything without rerunning hypers, but you can actually do a lot. I have to take your word for it. I want to jump on Puffer Train this summer. Yeah. I'm telling you, man. I've been working my ass off to get this field into a decent place. I think the next few months are just going to be like the crucial get everything into place, and then I'm going to see from there. There's so much more to do. I'm actually thinking of doing some model-based stuff soon. I know that's crazy, but I was thinking about it, and like, I think I have a use case for it. One of the big things I want you to be able to do with Puffer, right? I want you to be able to literally just take the hyperparam sweep algo, right? And just change the x-axis that it cares about, the cost axis, from wall clock to steps, and get either ridiculously sample efficient RL or ridiculously fast wall clock RL. Just out of the box. Your shit is solved. Done. No more demons. No more garbage. Field's frickin' solved. Done. And then I will move on to other things. Probably using RL to solve like every outstanding RL industry problem that I can get my hands on. Probably Dreamer-like architecture. I don't like that they reconstruct the inputs fully. That's really obnoxious for complex ob spaces. So we're gonna have to see about that. But I've been like thinking about how I would do that. I really should just start sponsoring some bounties for stuff. I just yeah, I gotta figure out financially, like, I'm sort of waiting until I buy all the hardware first, because that's going to be a big expense. Supervised learning step is a big reason why it works, though. Yeah, do the supervised learning step. We want the supervised learning step, right? Supervised auxiliary losses are good. I've learned that recently. You could do supervised on hidden state differences, right? Self-supervised, I guess. Yeah, so I think that you'd want something like that. I also think that we have a candidate for replacing entropy bonus in the works. I think it's very, very likely we have just a better entropy bonus. A lot of stuff's coming together, and it's just like, I need to pull some crazy hours to make it all work over the next few weeks. But I only really have this week because I'm going to the new facility, I think, after this week. And then there's going to be some setup time. They don't train the world model with RL at all. Seems like we should be able to do end-to-end RL. I actually don't agree on that. Because I got the chance to like see the difference between adding an auxiliary loss as an additional RL objective versus as an additional supervised objective. I actually nowadays I kind of think that you want to just keep RL on the reward and not mess with the reward function in any way whatsoever. Like with auxiliary loss terms, and just have all the auxiliary losses be supervised. If you can do it that way, it makes it way easier. And then you don't end up like shifting the, the optimal reward objective and stuff like that. I also really like stuff where you only have to compute it in the train step. I think what we want is we want to make the eval step really, really cheap so that, when we collect new data, we can throw away whatever is like low advantage or whatever, or we can crank up stuff like world model steps or stuff like, value function iterations, whatever, in order to get sample efficiency on it. Hey, searches. How's it going? Okay, so this now runs. We got to add lambda to this. That's easy, right? Not talking about changing reward, I think we should be able to train the world model to learn task-specific features. Task-specific still trains a generalist. I actually had some, like, I think one of the things you'll like, I was working on Diane the other day, and you actually can get policies to do different stuff, like one policy to have different behaviors conditioned on some additional input. And there's a way to do it supervised, which is kind of cool. There might be a way to do what you want supervised. Working on all my favorite methods, I'm trying. It is a lot. I've got like way too many things floating around in my head at the moment, but it is exciting. What's context of today's discussion? So what I'm doing at the moment here, which is slightly different than what we're discussing with Ryan, this is, so on the right we have vtrace, and on the left we have generalized advantage estimation here. They both build off of discounted returns, and the issue is JE adds a lambda parameter for an additional exponential smoothing. vtrace adds this importance measure for off-policy correction. In contexts where you don't have super off-policy data, vtrace slightly underperforms JE. So I'm trying to add a lambda parameter to vtrace, so we just get like the good advantage function to use that is stable and that lets us do off-policy correction. Ryan, all you have to do to get me on board for NetHack is figure out how to run it at a reasonable batch size. Like there's the annoying threading stuff with NetHack, right? Like the base C code is fast, right? It should run millions of steps per second, I believe. If you can just get that thing to run like a batch of at least 500 Ms, ideally like 2048 Ms or 4096 Ms, we can just do NetHack. And I will be absolutely down to do that. That's the issue with NetHack. It's like fast, but it's not fast batched for RL as far as I've seen. If you get it running fast batched with Puffer, we will gladly use that as like an awesome, awesome baseline env. Bottlenecked by grads? It is not bottlenecked by grads. It's only bottlenecked by grads because of the stupid baseline architectures. You can very easily use the pixel wrapper or whatever. Like there's like a C++ wrapper that just converts the characters to be like a pretty reasonable size multi-channel 2D array. We would be able to throw our standard architectures on that and it wouldn't be bottlenecked. We should be able to do NetHack at hundreds of thousands of steps per second. We really should. Architecture, not env. I think it's both. I think it's both because I haven't timed it. You would have to time it, right? But I'm pretty sure when I did NetHack, it was like 100K. Where's the paper? I don't have the paper link. MooLib runs thousands of M's all at once. Get it to work, man. Just get it to work. I'll help you. Like, here, look, this is what I'm saying, right? PufferLib now exists. Training can be made fast if all the other things that are currently slow that didn't used to matter actually are done correctly. I got it to 100K before, I believe. Yeah, 100K. If we can get it, the env has to run at least a few 100K. I'm just beginning these stuff, like just knows gradient descent and all. How much time does it take and what's the job market requires you to do? I mean, I've been doing this stuff for half my life. What can I say, right? If you're interested in RL specifically, I've got this quick start guide here. It's a much more accessible guide than everywhere else, pretty much. It's a lot less math. It's like a short number of resources. So I'd suggest this. If you don't have an ML background in general, though, CS231N definitely is a good thing to do. I mean, it doesn't take that long if you like really get stuck into it to like start doing useful research, I will say. 100K is enough, man, for me. I'm making progress at 20 to 40K depending on the method. Yeah, but like you're making progress, but you haven't felt the difference, right? Between doing research at that speed and doing the research at puffer speeds. I can tell you it's a massive difference. Like, we just straight up trivialize things that would be months of research because we don't have to be smart. I don't have to be smart about stuff. I just run all the experiments, right? It's kind of like the equivalent of having access to an industry cluster with hundreds of GPUs and just running everything. It's like that, except you can do it without even the infrastructure because all our stuff is just fast. Following Andrew Ng and Andre Karpathy. Go watch Karpathy's 231N lectures on YouTube. They're all on YouTube. That's the best. That is the best general deep learning course as far as I've seen. I generally tell people like who are new, you spend like 20-30% of your time on formal learning like that, and then you build stuff. You build lots of stuff. So a lot of the contributors to PufferLib who built all these M's here, like here's a good example for you. This environment was built by somebody who came in with 0 reinforcement learning experience, 0 programming experience, and 0 relevant math experience 1 year ago. So this guy got to the point where he could do this and get a superhuman model on a hard M that he built in less than a year. He worked really hard though. Like, it's not going to be easy. You can do it. It's absolutely doable, but don't expect it to be easy. I mean, we help people out around here as much as we can, right? Especially all of our puffer contributors. But yeah, it's not going to just be straight up easy. You definitely have to put in work. I mean, better is better. I can do a lot at current speeds. I take a 5x speed up. I'm happy to spend some time on optimization. I'd be worried about gutting the model for speed. Yeah, so that's valid. But like Ryan, Neural MMO has a 3.1 mil per am model that runs at 500K, right? We do end-to-end Neural MMO 3, 3.1 million per amps, not even compiled or anything, 500 to 600K. I think it's actually 500-ish now that we made it like a 3.1 mil, but still. What's your opinion on vibe coding? Just don't do that. You're not going to learn anything. You'll notice that when I'm typing, I have single line autocomplete for the most part. Like, I'm not just writing like write a function that does this and have it fill it in. But mostly I just use it to make myself type faster and fill in boilerplate. What I mess up here? I missed this. I would say use LLMs as a learning tool, but honestly, like lately, they haven't even been that useful for that for me. Like, yeah, for basic stuff, but once you get to a certain point, they're just wrong half the time. NetHack agents only beat like 5% of the game, so it's not like we're optimizing a full solution at this point. Yeah, I have the same thing with Neural MMO though, right? It's more like 20% or whatever, but still. You want to be able to do this iteration cycle fast. Okay, so this runs now. This should match previous perf, I would assume. I do it for making prototypes, for hackathons, reading code, understand structure, and editing. I don't even suggest doing that, man. Like, I don't suggest ever getting the thing to give you a full prototype, because, like, it'll build, like, the initial thing wrong. You really want to be the one thinking about your data structures, how you're going to set stuff up. The only time I say, yeah, use it to prototype is if you're working with, like, a new library that you don't know the API of, and you just need something to get you, like, correct calls to a new API. We should chat about NetHack sometime. I'm going to spend some time on it this summer, so if we can make it work with Puffer, that would be sweet. Yeah, I will be happy to support that. And by summer, hopefully, we should have compute for you as well. It actually depends on tariffs at this point. So I'm waiting for the machine prices to go. I'm waiting for the tariff thing to get fixed. So the machine prices go back down to like 5,000 something a box, ideally, under 6,000 a box, because I have to buy 40 of them. So that's a big purchase, and I do not want them to be over 6,000 a box. They don't know I've graduated. That works. Yeah, that works. But the new facility, like, I will be going to the new facility and staying there in a week or two. We gotta get this right. I think that we need last puffer lamb, right? Gotta do some work. See you, Ryan. This is how it works here, right? Delta plus. So what if we do last puffer lamb is going to be gamma times lambda times CT times last puffer lamb times next non-terminal. And this is in the wrong spot. We want to put it here. So then instead of a cum, okay. We should know immediately if I did this right. Insane, bro. You did PhD from MIT. How's your experience? PhDs are hard and really obnoxious. I had a bunch of time to like develop a whole bunch of tech. I definitely couldn't have done the same thing in industry. I mean, it's good overall, but I mean, there's definitely a reason I'm not in academia anymore, right? I like what I'm doing now, which is doing way less constrained research. And then the only thing is I have to figure out how to monetize things, right? Which is like that adds more work, but I think if that adds less work than academia adds in general. And it's like you're hardly getting paid. I mean, the PhD is good is the thing. The PhD is good. It opens a lot of doors. But it's not all good, right? Like dealing with academia is a total pain. Okay, this actually looks kind of good here. Hang on. Did I just fix it? I might have just fixed it. Is it just that easy? Should check this a few different ways. So this should work with these params if I did it right. And it should crash horribly if I didn't. That's good, isn't it? I think that's good. Wait, that's really good, isn't it? Guys, we solved it. We frickin' solved it. Dude. Oh, that is beautiful. I can tell this is gonna be it. This is gonna be the first like major puffer algorithm in a contribution right here. Like this has to be. There's no way, right? Let's see. This is just breakout. It's such a stupid little test end, but it's like it's gotta be this. There's like almost no way it wouldn't be. It's like so obvious in retrospect, right? Unless this is somehow better. Oh, that's tough competition. Let's see. It doesn't have to be straight up better, it just has to match. It matches. It's actually a little above even. Okay, yeah, we're good. We expect it to be the same, maybe slightly better. And this is what it is. So perfect. Okay, just getting this for the baseline versus original V-trace. Get out of here, bot. I write the bots here. Way too many Twitch bots. Okay. So, this line here, V-trace. Brown line, JE. Blue line, puffer advantage. Note that this was tuned for this one. So this is the best possible case as well for JE. So we can potentially do even a little better with this, but it's not supposed to necessarily immediately be way better. It's supposed to be more stable. So we'll have to test that next. Buffer advantage. Let's do snake next, right? This is the baseline, right? I believe this was baseline. Let's hope it works on snake next. How do you look Chinese innovations like Manus, GenSpark, and leading DeepSeek? I don't follow like LLM stuff in general very much, honestly, right? I know in RL they have good stuff. Like Cosnetti's and Billy have done stuff on our competitions in the past. Oh, this is train use vtrace, right? So now we got to do train.use. Oh, that's hang on, that was vtrace with vtrace params. So now what we do is we go back to whatever these were, these params. We do this. This is now our baseline. I mean, there's really not much point in me following closely all this LLM stuff, right? Like, look, what's going to happen is all these top labs are just going to leapfrog each other every couple months until one of them wins. And probably not, like, one of them isn't going to just win anytime soon because they keep swapping people back and forth. Yo, you implementing that paper from yesterday? Oh man, the one from yesterday was a pain in the ass and didn't really work. We do have an awesome result today, though. We have a new advantage estimation function in Puffer. Brand new research here. We're benchmarking it now. So this is PPO with JE. Yeah, so actually original vtrace is going to do about the same-ish because I think that's just hyperparam difference. That's H-param diff. Damn, yeah, it's cool. So what happened here is I implemented CUDA kernel for JE. I implemented CUDA kernel for vtrace. And then I realized that you can put these two algorithms together very, very cleanly with like one extra line of code. Might just be very close on this one. Yeah, it matches. These all match. So, what do we run this on? I mean, we have to run this on off policy correction now, right? How do you pick these research papers? Like, is it random or are you following someone? No, it's not random. It's basically like, I don't know every paper out there, right? I know a lot of the major papers, though. They just come up repeatedly if you're in reinforcement learning for a while, and I connect the dots. So I spent a long time recently looking through the details of GAE because I was trying to work on advantage estimation. And then I spent some time on the Impala formula because I was looking at off-policy correction. And then if you look very closely at these, even though they're notated they're notated quite differently, you actually see that the code, the implementation is virtually identical. And that there's a very clean way to put them together. So the next thing we have to check, and this is going to be harder, and actually I don't know if this is even going to work out of the box because the implementation might be bugged. But we wanted to do off-policy correction. I think we want to go to mazes. Mazes is our best bet for this. If we do this. That happens here. Oh, lovely. Nice job, Python. Same guy wrote polytime torch. Just finished writing the same in C. Awesome. Any code for me to look at? I think it's, well, how was it, first of all? How was it porting? Really weird how that works. Writing loops was refreshing? Yeah, it is, isn't it? Isn't it great to not have to warp your brain to think about everything as a freaking array operation for no reason? I'm telling you, Jax for, I guess for like some robotic stuff, if you need the env to run on the GPU. And even then, like, you should be writing CUDA or whatever. But, yeah, generally, like, Jax for EMS is just researchers not knowing how to write anything other than Python. Like, everybody just got off the bus on the wrong stop. Every freaking operation is a vectorized. Yeah, I'm well aware. Oh, I'm well aware of how that game goes. I mean, that is actually what Jax is, though. Like, researchers did not know how to write code, and then this thing came along, and they got off the bus at the wrong stop. It's just that. Man, I hate functional programming. Like, as much as I hate object-oriented programming, I hate functional programming every bit as much. It's just like two idiotic camps of dogmatists fighting over who can write shittier code. It's just like, guys, did you know programming can be easy? Did you know that programming doesn't have to suck? uh, this is going to be our baseline. And then when I run the next experiment, which will be Puffer Advantage, I'm going to go take a few minutes while it runs, use the restroom, grab a drink, all that. And then we will look at the results. And hopefully we don't get any nasty surprises on this, but I think we should be okay. We will see. Because this is a pretty quick, this is like a pretty clean learn curve for this task. Right? This is pretty clean. Kind of levels off right around 70%. Puff. Oh. Okay. Be right back. Give me a minute. So that just hard fails, huh? Let's see why. That doesn't make any sense. It's like there are some bugs with this end, so like we're not gonna just say, oh, the algorithm's wrong. We got clear-cut results on 2 M's. Okay, so something's broken. Double check a couple things. Times priority. (256 by 64). Does this reproduce on the other end? That's actually what I want to do first. So I'm not confident in that grid end. We got rware, we can try rware, right? We'll check the Slack real quick. What's going on here? Oh, right. We're gonna look at that next, because like breaking async is really bad. Yeah, this is diverging. Okay, so this doesn't make any sense to me at all. Let's start with this. Let's start with breakout stuff here. So actually, this is multi-processed. There'd be like a value function difference. Yeah, so this thing just like jumps to a solve. Perfect solve. It's weird. It does work though. How different are these? Can I just like, just look? There's this whole extra formula. You know, let's do something. I think we can just do a thing. What if we just take this version here. So this is how it is implemented. This is how it is implemented. That returns. It's advantages plus values, right? We just do this. It's kind of embarrassing that you know, I spend like 2 days on this and it ends up literally being a one-line difference between these algorithms. But this is what happens when papers are using completely different notation for everything, right? It's a way more reasonable curve. Okay, so this is still going to fail. The only difference here is rho and CT. between these two algorithms, unless I've screwed something else up. So let's just do that. So we remove row, then we remove CT. We rerun. Okay, so the fact that this still fails means that there's an externality, because these are now the same code. This delta is identical, right? Let's just double check that the code is identical. We're going to get this today, guys. This is going to be the enduring algorithm contribution we've been aiming for months. It's happening today. Rewards, tnext. So technically there is this tnext difference. We should check that, right? We should just check that. That could technically cause this. No. Okay, there's an externality. There's definitely something different between the way these are being computed then. It could honestly be the computation of advantages, right? You compute this using the original values. Let's play with this a little bit. We can make the sampling equal to GAE, and then the actual computation better, maybe. We'll have to call it twice. That's fine, though. The heck is wrong? Equals. Wrong what? You also need VS, right? Okay. So we should now be able to get batch forms for VS and advantages. Does that make sense? Marginally. It kind of does. I mean, you don't really need it. I don't think you need it at all. When you realize the, okay, this is going to get simpler. This is going to get simpler then. Importance, advantages. Sample by importance. And then here, we do have to recompute. Is this backwards? VS advantages. It's VS advantages. No, that's correct. VS advantages. You would know if it were backwards. and then importance as well. This is closer. There's like almost no way that this doesn't help. The more that I'm thinking about it, this has got to be implementation errors. This idea is like spot on. This is like bulletproof. It's going to be exactly equivalent to JE here, and it's going to add an importance cutoff elsewhere. Hello, sir. Welcome. We are working on a new advantage estimation algorithm for PufferLib. Okay, so that still doesn't work. What happens if we just comment all of it, all of this? Right? If we just comment this block, can we still get this to... It should end up exactly equivalent to JE if we're careful. Okay, so let's see. This is batched advantages, batched out advantages. Where are you from? I'm from the US. Currently in Florida. Okay, so there's definitely an externality because this code should now... We've now gotten to the point where it should be identical. Okay, that doesn't help. Well, this is identical. What am I doing? This is a new advantage function for reinforcement learning. It is a combination of Impala's v-trace and generalized advantage estimation. This should, once I get it right, be a pretty big performance boost for PufferLib. Yeah, so we now have all this identical. There's no like extra set, right? Yeah, okay, code's identical. So now we just have to look at here. Importance equals advantages. Oh, obviously that's broken. Let's do whatever the one up here was. So this is T next. So this should work. And then we have to compare. Okay, there we go. So that now trains. And that is about the perf that we got before. Next, we try this one. Okay. This trains. And this actually now does, yeah, about the same. Good. So now we go back to clean PufferLib. And we figure out whether this recomputation was messing us up. Very similar. Well, you don't need to really redo this at all, come to think of it. Oh, it's going to get overwritten. That you could change. Ratio. So the ratio could get, we could put this ratio up top. And then we can update it, right? Variance.ratio. So we do this, and then this up here goes to experience dot ratio. Let's see if that messes anything up. Actually improves it a little bit. Okay. So, I mean, this is like, we're getting to the point where this is reasonable, I'd say. So now we have the custom algorithm. We should be able to rerun our previous experiments, I guess. Do we still just fail? How do we still just fail? Just make sure it's not this. We shouldn't be able to just fail like this. Okay. Well, we have options here, right? So first of all, we try without this. Yeah, we see it starts optimizing pretty quick, right? Okay, so now we go here. This should match. Okay. Now this does train, right? Okay, so this two-line difference now. Let's actually try something, because I'm not sure about this change. Words of t. So I thought that this t next was a bug. Looks like tnext wasn't a bug. Yeah, because this doesn't train now. Okay, so that's the difference. Back to original algorithm. Trains. Perfect. So now we have our algorithm. You get to benchmark it. Okay. So probably what was happening here, right, is like stuff like breakout is not very sensitive to moving the reward by 1. Whereas any env that just gets a terminal reward is going to be. There we go. We should just win here. Is this going to be consistent? I wonder if it does any better long term, or if it just like gets there faster. That might be model capacity limited though, to be fair. And that's a little higher. We'll see. This is a win. This is a big win. Holy. This is a really, really big win today. Welcome, YouTube folks. I'm going to explain what we just did. This is going to be Puffer's first enduring algorithmic contribution, I think. This combines 2 of the most commonly used advantage functions, and it's just better. First, real quick, since we do have a few folks watching, all my work here, this is all open source. This will be in the repo later today. Puffer.ai. If you want to help me out for free, just start the repo. We're almost at 2K. It's going to be awesome. and you can get involved with dev on the Discord right here as well. So let me explain what I just did. So this is generalized advantage estimation. This is the basis of, well, one half of PPO, the other half being clipping. This is, no, that's PPO. Here it is. This is Impala, and this is the V-trace target. This is an off-policy correction mechanism. That is the other very commonly used algorithm. I noticed that these two things kind of work together. This is the base discounted return with value baseline, this like bootstrap here, that is used by both algorithms. Generalized advantage estimation adds to this exponential smoothing over lambda, over like these segments. V-trace adds a clamped policy ratio. Basically adds the thing from PPO, but adds it into the advantage computation itself, rather than as a just a clamp on the final ratio. So all I did was use exponentially smooth lambda and have this clamp, and lo and behold, the two best known advantage functions stack perfectly. And with this, we can kill off V-trace, and we kill generalized advantage estimation. This is the new advantage function. Obviously, I need to do more testing, but I don't see a world in which these results don't generalize. Let me send one little message on this. And to give you an idea, by the way, this is not just 10% better. This is doing better at the hardest mazes here, because the mazes get harder, so it's like very, very difficult to reach 100%, because that means you have to solve all the easy mazes and all the hard mazes. So this is like a big gap on the hardest problems in this set. Now, the one thing we want to check, what if I put this here? So now this will actually allow it to compute the advantage using the updated experience ratio. I don't know if this will be better or worse for sure. It should be better, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's worse. And then after this test, we will commit this stuff, because this is major discovery. This really, at the end of the day, was something really simple and really obvious, but it wasn't simple and it wasn't obvious, and like it hasn't been done before as far as I know, because even though these two papers do something like that's very, very clearly compatible, they use completely different mathematical notation that makes it very non-obvious that they're doing the exact same thing. So we'll see how this one does. And then the cool thing is we get to test off-policy stuff now. Even if the off-policy stuff doesn't work, we still win. But technically, this should allow us to do off-policy stuff. Okay, these curves are like right on top of each other for now. We'll see if there's any difference longer term. It's only 2 p.m. We still have lots of time today to test stuff. It feels so good to actually finally have a breakthrough on this stuff. It ends up being the simplest things too. It's almost never the case that you come up with something incredibly complicated that's just generally better. It's the simple things. Solid breakthrough. I don't know if this kills the need for P3O, which was the other project I was working on in on advantage functions. I think there's still a possibility we get stuff from there. But as like a first thing, this is solid. And this is like, my goal was, one of my major goals with this next release is to make an enduring contribution, an enduring algorithmic contribution to RL. Because, you know, we get the criticism very often, oh, you're just kind of like, you know, cobbling things together and doing the engineering to make them fast, which is like, not really a criticism because that was the major thing holding back RL. But now I want to show people like, look, with all this stuff that we've built, we can actually make algorithmic advancements too. And it's actually a lot easier for us because these tests here would take days. That I'm just running casually while I'm chatting here, these tests would take days in any other reinforcement learning library. We run them in minutes, and it's much easier. Never close the stream. I was just sending emails and proofreading. This looks really good. Well, I mean, you got to see an algorithm breakthrough in RL made live. This kills GAE. Though arguably it's a one-line change to vtrace and it's also a one-line change to GAE. So like, it's very related, but this is like, hey, look, if you can make a one-line change to GAE and call it vtrace, then I can call this a new algorithm as well. This is a general contribution. And these look about as good, right? Yeah, these are about on par. What's the hardest env I can throw this at right now? If you give me a second, I can probably toss this at Neural MMO3. But I have to without a ton of code, Neural MMO3. Let me commit some stuff. We have to come up with a name for it. I love that you're using Ubuntu. What else would I be using? When you get the chance, do you mind sharing the code difference between... Yep. I have 3 CUDA kernels. Isn't that nice? It's very simple. So here's the thing. The math for these 2 papers is written very differently, but they're identical. I do have to check this tnext thing, but I can confirm that using T does not work. So I think that this is correct. I just don't know why yet. So anyways, this was our original GAE implementation. Okay, it's deltas, reward, next reward, gamma times values of next terminal, and then values of t. And then you make your lambda param here. It's delta plus exponentially smooth gamma lambda terminal last GAE lambda. So this is GAE. And then here, where is it? This is vtrace. So vtrace is just GAE, but you have this row, well, it's GAE without lambda, and you have this row here, which is a clipping parameter, and then you have this clipping parameter here. And then puffer advantage is just you have row and you have lambda. So it is clipped via policy ratio, and it is exponentially smooth with lambda, which is pretty nice. If I plug this Ethernet cable in, I should be able to get this run working. Is it exactly a mix of both? Yep, it's exactly, if you think of GAE as adding exponential smoothing to like discounted returns, right? Because that's what GAE does. That's exponential smoothing with lambda to discounted returns. vtrace adds clipping to discounted returns. And puffer advantage does both. It's exactly both. Adds 0 additional hyperparameters over GAE as well, because you kind of just always clip with coefficients of 1, though I guess I could test that. Let me plug this in. I gotta get under this desk to do that. 1 second. Wait, if that's it, I can try throwing it at NetHack. APPO already uses vtrace. Yeah, you can. We also ship our own CUDA kernel, so you can grab this CUDA kernel if you want. You need like latest CUDA dev and stuff. You need CUDA dev to compile. How many hours you work a day, and is there any team behind your company? It varies. I try to aim for like 60, 70 a week. That's about what I can sustain. I really would like to get more, but that's about what I can do. I mean, I pretty much, if I'm not exercising, eating, or sleeping, I'm probably working. 6 days a week, that's true. 6.5. Is there any team behind your company? So there is a big open source, and then I bring in, we sell priority service project packages to companies, and then I bring in PhD students and graduated PhDs, just buddies of mine, to work on specific contracts for specific clients. So that's how the company works. I don't know how to use CUDA kernel, so I'll be lazy. I can run 5 seeds today and send you the result. Awesome. Cool. It's a pretty simple modification here, but this was not simple to come up with because, like, the thing is, even the implementation of vtrace, like the reference implementations of vtrace are very different from the reference implementations of GAE because the math in the papers is written differently, even though it's identical. I know you need to write everything in a similar form. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So like this took me like multiple days. Like arguably this took me 2 full days worth of work for a one-line change. But like it was because they looked really different at the start, and then they slowly looked more similar as I kept implementing stuff, and then finally towards the end I saw it. Arguably, I probably could have seen it faster, if my math background were better, but like we got there, right? And somehow everyone else missed it too. Close to a similar finding with Aaron on curriculum algorithms. I think we can write a unified version of LP and PLR that uses the best features of both. That would be awesome. I had to write these algos into the same form for syllabus. Yeah, that stuff's hard. I don't know when the last time you chatted with Aaron is, but we've got like a pretty good implementation of LP that we're looking to start testing out very soon. Oh, we actually get the whole rest of the training curve for this run. This is good. He's kept me roughly in the loop. Good. Let's take a quick look at this run, because this was the old form of prioritized experience replay. I think it like did better initially, but then it did worse after. Good day for Puffer. How close are we to 2,000 stars? It'll round it at a 1950. 1936. Come on, guys. We are like 14 stars off. Star the repo if you haven't. That's so nice. Spinning up my GitHub bots now. We don't want bots. We want like actual people. But there are definitely some botted RL repos. Like this thing. First of all, they took my damn package name that I wanted. Because like pufferfish and fins. And like this piece of crap has 11,000 stars. And it runs at like no SPS at all. Dev roadmap. It's just like what? This is generated by GPT-2 or something. Like LARPing as a finance high schooler. God. How much data do we have between these plots? It's a lot of data. It's trying to synchronize all the extra data for this last one here. Yeah, this one like leveled off, so I think we got to tune prioritize replay a little bit. But hey, this is still pretty awesome. It has a bunch of runs it needs to sync somehow. Oh, it's like slowly syncing more data. That's funny. It's like iteratively syncing in a loop, I guess. Blech. Okay, we'll let this synchronize a little bit, and then what we're going to do is we're going to queue up this new algorithm on Neural MMO3. We'll just let it run, and then we will do some work cleaning up and testing the main repo so that we can work towards getting all this stuff like stable into dev. I mean, technically speaking, right, we still have to do a little offline testing. Even if that horribly fails, doesn't matter. We've already won. Like algorithmically, we're kind of good for next release now. Like I can do more stuff, but this is enough now to merit like a new major version release. Because we have integrated lots of stuff from other areas, right? We got muon, we got cosine annealing, we got a few other improvements that make a major difference that people are not commonly using in RL. And that gives us a huge perf difference. We've got way more stable hyperparam stuff now. We've got protein, which is our custom hyperparam sweep algorithm. And now we have this, plus the new M's. So literally it could just be clean everything up, get the new M's in, get the new, and the new binding infrastructure. Get the new binding infrastructure in and ship it. And that's like, honestly, with this, if this works on Neural MMO3, I'm willing to call it a 3.0 release. Because that's like game-changingly big. Maybe a tuning sweep? Of course we're going to tune. Puffer advantage trademarked. Yeah, we'll think of if we've got another name for it. Generalized puffer traces. Now we'll come up with something good. Is this just syncing very slowly? I think it is just syncing very slowly. I mean, it's a lot of data. Okay. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick. This will run. We're gonna queue up this new experiment. And if this is gonna take forever to sync, we'll just start messing with stuff in the meantime while it syncs. Be right back. Proximal puffer optimization. I don't know, we'll come up with something. Yeah, I think this is just syncing super, super slowly because it's a lot of data. So we're just gonna leave that there. And we can do some stuff now. So first thing I want to do is this T-next thing. I want to figure that out. Make sure we don't have something weird there. So this is rewards of t, values of t next, it looks like in the formula here it's pretty clearly t next. Is there something I'm missing with this? Because this breaks training. Oh, this could just be a difference in the way that we collect our experience, right? It would be good to understand what the heck is different here. So here in this formula, right, it has reward at t, RT. Let me think if there's a way the reward could be defined differently. I mean, does it make sense that this could be due to vectorization differences? Like, you collect obs and then you see reward, but you pad 0 versus not. I think it could be, right? I can't think of what else would cause this type of stuff because it clearly doesn't work with reward at t. There's no issue. It's just like there's a discrepancy between how I have this and also how I had my original GAE implemented and how it is in the math here. So here they have reward at time step t, and I have reward at time step t plus 1. And it doesn't work in this version. It doesn't work with reward at time step t. I tested that with both GAE and vtrace. I guess, yeah, if they... Let me see where they define reward. So they define it on state action state triples. So probably, yeah, there's just a... it's probably just a difference here in how we pad... You get a 0 reward on reset. If you get it wrong, you end up with a slight bias. Well, you see it very clearly in M's that have like just a reward at the end or whatever, because if you're off by 1, it doesn't learn. But like I can clearly tell you that it doesn't work if you use reward at time step t, like they have in the paper. So I think what it is that in their case, they don't pad a 0 reward. They don't get a 0 reward at reset. So their observation at reset is lined up with the first reward and the experience buffer. Like that's how they're doing their notation. So I'm almost positive that's what it is. Okay, cool. Most backends don't give a reset reward. Yeah, and that messes up your buffer a bunch, right? I think that you do need to give a reset reward, otherwise you mess up your buffer. You don't need to have this like separate VS now either. Print out the JE values. Well, the one thing that is off with our implementation, Ryan, is we do not get the final value. Like there's this annoying piece of code that people write, like they go through the network again just to get the value function. We just cut it one short. So you just don't get, you just basically, you lose one sample off the end because you didn't do one extra pass through the net. So same thing. You'll just get 0 advantage for the end. Okay, so I think that what we want to do here is remove this advantage thing. Or this VS thing, yeah, we remove VS. Extra value prediction is a pain, yeah. It is, right? There's no point either. Let me, before I remove this from here, let me just make sure of something. Yeah, you don't need VS at all here. And do I seed it with values of horizon -1. And this will work perfectly. Make sure I do this right. Yeah, you know what? This is right because you never use the reward at time step 0. Yeah, this is the thing. You get rid of this. You never use the reward at time step 0 because you're like that is the reward of the previous one, right? You only use that for the value function. So I think we're good. Okay, all we got to do is remove VS from here. Oh, did we already get rid of VS from here? Trace. JE takes advantages. Let's clean up our implementations a little bit here. Where's values, rewards, duns? Oh yeah, this is all different. That's okay. We'll get to that. This row. Yes. I'm going to sleep well tonight. Having gotten this done. It's a successful discovery. Alright, let's make sure we actually have this stuff still working, you know. Fix whatever compile issues. Don't use VS anymore. We still synchronizing stuff? That's kind of crazy, guys. That is kind of crazy. Oh. Hello, Soda. Well, it's a good thing that we got this whole trace, because that's Soda. By another big margin. See how well this does. Soda neural MMO3 policy from the previous stuff we were testing. And now this new stuff. That's pretty cool. So this 32 and 0.5. 2 mil, 0.5. Yep, that's on par. I'll let this finish just so we see final, but it's good so far. So that's a nice cleanup. I think we'll let's get the CPU one working as well, just so we don't have to do it later. Values, rewards, duns, importance, advantages, lambda. 60 mil, 0.6.7. It's about on par, we'll see. I make sure that this actually does the same as before. Does this not seem a little low? I think this is a little low. Oh, maybe I ran without, well, we'll see how I ran this. No, I did use the advantage function here. Is that a degradation? Shoot, now we have to actually go back and double check, right? This better not just be seed variance, but I have not seen major seed variance on this before. There's no way there could be. Let's run it and track it. Let's see, maybe I just misread. That's a big soda difference there. I thought we had more long runs than this as well, didn't we? I could have sworn we had more long runs than this. We might have to, like, change the metric or whatever. Okay, so there is some seed variance, but every single run I've done of this has still been significantly better than 70, which was the old one, so it's still better. So even if it's half this gap, it doesn't matter. That's still a huge difference on average. But I think it's more likely to be closer to this because this was, I mean, I've had 4 runs, so average would suggest like 2/3 of this maybe. I do want to make sure I didn't actually introduce a regression into the code though, because it's weird that it happens that I got these two consistent and then it changes. Yeah, no, that doesn't sit right with me. Okay. Let's make sure I didn't mess anything up. So VS here. Yeah, no, this is correct. Just run it again. I think there is a difference. Let me figure out what it is. Advantage is it's made fresh every time. Can't be that. Plus values. It is plus values, that's correct. We'll do a regression check. I'll run this just so I don't waste time, but then we'll do a regression check. Yeah, okay, I think there's definitely a regression to check for here. So here's what we're gonna do. B. That's been in there the whole time. And if these two go do different results, we'll do line by line diff of the two repos. No big deal. Look at that thing. It's crazy. 5.6. 5.6 is really solid. Let's let me make sure we don't have some weirdo regression before I run that. Yeah, so there is a regression, right? This is still above. As for this little gap, I don't know. Yeah, that's definitely just been like that. This is identical code. All right, line by line time. So we delete VS. VS gets reset anyways every time. It's a pure rename. Okay, this removes, but this is the trace. So puff advantage here. Values rewards done's importance. Values rewards done's importance. We renamed advantages, and then gamma. Is this? Hang on, is this is the C++ file. We don't care about this file. This is only the CPU fallback. So there's vtrace. Then what we're looking for here is importance, VS. Okay. VS plus offset gets deleted. That's it. Then shared here. Okay, so we just have to compare this version to that version directly. It's because that's the only thing could have changed. Could technically be some dumb seeding stuff, but you just gotta make sure. This is buffer. Okay, and then this is the new version. VS gets set. Shouldn't care about that. We don't use VS anywhere, right? Yeah, this is the output. We don't use this. So the code's identical, but we're seeing a regression. That's obnoxious. We'll run a few more of these. Train curves are wonky. I want to make sure that if there is a regression, we don't miss it, but I can't see what it would possibly be. There shouldn't even be a change to clean PufferL, right? Like, let me see. VS. Yeah, there should be no meaningful changes to clean PufferL here. Ah, that's sketchy, right? That's like too sketchy, right? For there to be a several point perf difference between these two branches. Let me keep looking a little bit. The thing is, we don't use this VS at all, right? Like, this doesn't get used. Let me make sure it doesn't get used. Okay, so like right here, I guess technically this. But this doesn't do anything because we don't use VS for anything. Right? Yeah, this doesn't do anything. No, there's 100% there's a regression. There's no way that every single run I do on one is better than every single run that I do on the other without no regression. That would be insanely unlucky. Okay, so like, this is the only code change. This gets zeroed every time. Vs gets used for nothing, right? Vs gets used for nothing. Bizarro perf degradation. Definitely is one, though. It's the meantime. It has to be something in here, right? It has to be. This is the whole diff. Hang on, this shared file, max horizon. These don't matter. Is gamma like a reserved or something? No, it was called gamma in the old version as well. Oh, hang on, isn't this? But that's V-trace, dummy. Neither of these use VS, and this is gonna replicate still, right? Yeah, this is still like super low. Literally all I did was remove VS, right? Which doesn't get used. Doesn't get used at all. Um, check is correct. So, This is definitely one of the weirder regressions I've seen. I could just straight up revert and try again. But if I don't know what's wrong, it's probably not going to go super well. I'm going to read this one more time very carefully. And then I think we're just going to have to revert to the good version. You reading this, dude? Well, I'm reading my own code. I'm trying to figure out where the regression is. It seems like it's identical to me. Hang on, this is weird, right? There was, okay, so this removed version here, this is missing lambda, right? But this is the CPP, so this wasn't getting run. So we do not need to care about this. We need to care about this. Importance advantages, yep. That's a crazy regression. This code is in every way that I can possibly see identical. Why don't we take the, can we just take like the old block of code from here and see if this does anything? This one. It should be as simple as just remove this, remove this, remove this, right? It's the Yeah, it's super weird to have like a just like a small regression like that. That's very odd to have. Usually either break the thing or you don't. Curious how entropy propagation under constrained PPO shifts in latent action space. Cicada. Is cicada the diplomacy thing? Isn't this the diplomacy thing? No, that's Cicero. What is this? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what you're referring to there. Okay, so this doesn't seem to fix the regression. No surprise there. Oh, the puzzles, right? I don't know what they have to do with RL. Should be propagation. Yeah, I know what all those words mean individually. I don't know what they mean together, man. Bizarre. I could just go grab the buffer version and get it started on Neural MMO already. Good work. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know what your entropy propagation under constrained PP. Yeah, I'm not sure that. And then I don't know enough about the cicada problems to know where any of this stuff would be relevant. Pretty much all I know about that is like there were like some hard crypto or not crypto steganography problems released at one point. That's about all I know about those. Okay, something is definitely screwy here because all I did was paste this in. This should be truly identical code, right? Values, rewards, duns, importance, advantages, gamma lambda, row clip, C clip, horizon. OT, rewards. Yeah, this code's identical, so I just pasted an identical function. It seems so stupid to go back to the original code over what like has to be. I'm running that again. No, I'm running that again. We're figuring this out. It is technically entirely possible that we just have gotten like really, really unlucky and we got like 5 runs on one branch that do better than 5 runs on another. Very unlikely, but it's possible. Let's see if this ridiculous thing repros. May as well start a run in the meanwhile on this. We'll see if this runs. Yep, this runs. Train's nice and quick. Okay, so we'll leave that be. Yeah, I think we just go back to buffer. And then the next time we refactor it, we do it incrementally. So that's like ridiculously low of a result. Okay, we just chill with this. We run other experiments now. So first thing I wanted to see was, can we do anything at all off policy now? So if I just do like replay factor, can I do like an 0.25 replay factor and have it do something? So message vtrace seems to work. Nope, it doesn't. We came up with a new algorithm. It's now puffer advantage. Puffer advantage is now superior. So replay still doesn't work. But I'm not convinced that's not for other stupid reasons. Let's go to 0 here. O2 relay factor. O2 relay. There's no O2 relay factor. How is it different from VAE and vtrace? It's both of them together. It's literally a generalization of both to include both vtrace and GAE. This replay factor thing controls it allows you to keep some experience around so you can use it off policy in later epochs. This is something I've been trying to get to work. Okay, so it doesn't seem like we're screwing up on multiprocessing anymore, right? Does Puff Advantage have different hypers? Nope. Same as GAE. Yeah, it still doesn't seem like it helps with this replay, so we can start investigating whether that's a separate issue. Algo improvements are really exciting. Have you tried it on Neural MMO yet? Yeah, we just launched that run. That's actually kind of encouraging if you look at it, right? Like, I guess it's hard to say. A lot of them get a few little spikes at the start. We'll have to wait and see. They are a little higher. It's not really going to be informative until it runs for a while. So this works. Works not quite as good as the other ones with multi-process, but similar. No longer like crashed. Might try next Impulse War Sweep with Puffer Advantage, yeah. You can probably just run your current best hyperparams with it, honestly. I'm really curious about your qualifications. Did an undergrad in CS at Stanford, did NLP, Vision, and a bit of RL there. Did my PhD in reinforcement learning, multi-agent stuff. My thesis is online at MIT. Finished that a year ago. And now I hack on all this stuff all day. And made a lot of progress in the last year. Huge, huge amount of progress. Puff Advantage does better than GAE with same hypers. It seems like it does on par or slightly better, yes. Which it should. Because it's literally just, GAE with an additional clipping term that essentially does the thing that PPO does, but it does it throughout the advantage computation instead of just on the loss. Okay, so this still runs. So there is something screwy, I think, either with the usage of off policy data in general or with just the replay buffer. So let me see if, let's just assume that off policy is not like this horrendous thing. Clipping is one of the main contributions. It is, and I've tested that. Though actually the clipping coefficient, at least in the simpler M's, doesn't seem to matter that much. It's not like 0.1 or 0.2. Even clipping at 0.5 is fine. So it seems to me that it's more like preventing really, really bad updates than it is trying to keep the model really close to the old one. Let me use a restroom real quick, and then what we'll do is we'll see if we can figure out this off policy buffer today. I've got another 2.5 hours. We should have time. Right back. You had a PhD from MIT and look like any CS undergrad. Well, I'm 28. So that's about on pace if you do your undergrad, and then it's a 5-year PhD. And let me tell you, I look way better now than I did during my my CS undergrad. In my CS undergrad, it was just pounding tons of monster and coding all day and not getting any exercise. So I still work a lot now, but at least I keep in shape. Let's figure out this off policiness weird thing. Let me give this guy hypers. link him. I just link him a good run. What do you do for a living? This. I run Puffer AI. This is a reinforcement learning lab. All our stuff is free and open source, but we do sell service packages to companies. So for companies that are doing reinforcement learning and having a tough time of it because RL is hard, we make it fast and easy. Okay. I suspect that there's just some sort of bug here because it doesn't make sense to me that it essentially it doesn't make sense to me that this would not work. So where's this importance? Just had to answer some messages on the side here. I'm also sort of thinking what we do on experience here. And probably just like probably just mess with a few things. I mean, first of all, I don't know why we're doing this on freaking puffer grid. It's so slow. Let's do puffer breakout. Let's get you puffer breakout. Okay, this will get us a decent baseline. And then this experience buffer thing. Data.off policy rows. Oh, isn't this like completely jank? No, wait, this is fine. Compute JE. Do compute puff advantage. This should be importance, I guess. It's like a good amount of replay. It's kind of strictly more data, isn't it? And we just stall. Isn't that what happens? Okay, this is actually like very, very solid of a baseline. And now, yeah, we stall. I mean, we still kind of do something though, right? Oh, that's new. It didn't used to still solve. Yeah, that's new. Okay. That still hurts quite a bit though. Now, how about importance? Where do we get this importance ratio? Let's be very careful with this. So I think we can just do this, right? Yeah, we can just do this. So experience.advantages. Sample from advantages like this. Are you planning to fix, clean up, or check anything on protein? Well, yeah, the code's a mess. I need to clean it up, obviously. Possibly make a couple tweaks. I'm kind of in full steam ahead mode right now. Ah. You do need this ratio, don't you? this. Oh. Okay, so this is going to mess up all the training, right? Now, what if we zero advantages in a ratio? Okay, we still break everything, apparently. Okay. What branch is it on? Buffer. Okay, so I royally broke this shit. So we're gonna have to be way more careful with this, apparently. Be way more careful with this shit. Okay, there we go. So now, let's make sure that this is the same curve. And then we will, next hour and a half, 2 hours, we will attempt to be very, very carefully getting experience buffer to work, because I think it's just code error. I think it's just code error. For comparisons and benchmarking, Captain. We have CUDA kernels for all three. I might have to fiddle with the vtrace one a little bit. Yo, what are you building? PufferLib, my friend. Ultra high performance reinforcement learning. You can test all these on puffer.ai. And watch reinforcement learning agents, play them in your browser. Currently, we are working on a modification to one of the core components of the training algorithm. This is a new advantage estimation algorithm. Should be good. That doesn't break anything. That gets a little easier. Just going to be very, very disciplined about how we do this. So this ratio gets defined. Does it ever get updated? It does not seem... Oh no, it does get updated. Experience.ratio does get updated. I'm new to ML. Only know the basics. What prerequisite I need to understand your project? Well, we have a quick start guide right here. So way more accessible than most other resources in RL2. Let me put this in the chat for y'all. It's a few papers, a few blog posts, and yeah, most people around here just kind of like start building environments, and you pick up a lot of the reinforcement learning very quickly when you actually are building environments and training on them from scratch. Captain, I'm like making a few very small changes, running experiment, making a few small changes, running experiment, and making sure the curves match. I literally did that before, where I did a refactor, and there was a regression, and I spent an hour looking through the code diff, and I couldn't figure out what the hell was different, so I ended up just reverting the whole thing. It was ridiculous. It just wasn't worth dealing with. Nice, keep up good work. Thank you. Yeah, this is a fun place to be doing some dev, I'll say. We have folks that have come in with literally no programming experience and have been contributing valuably within a year, and people who come in with programming experience and no RL can be contributing valuably within weeks or less. What was the refactor for? Just trying to clean up the implementation a little bit, and somehow I broke something. I literally went line by line and everything seemed identical to me. So now we're just being ultra paranoid. How is Neural MMO doing? Oh, that's interesting. Look at that. You see that? That's a lot more noise at the start than we normally have. That's a good sign. Obviously, we're not going to be able to tell anything for several hours, but... Okay, so this gets updated. What about advantages? You don't really need the advantages for anything, do you? You end up computing them anyways. So you don't really need to store advantages, you just need to store ratio. Protein always seems to favor runs with the least amount of steps possible. So once it dials in all the hyperparameters that affect time, like the only way it can be faster is by doing fewer steps. Generally, it should only adjust that knob way backwards if it can't figure out how to make progress otherwise. Because like I corrected for that problem several times where it just pushes to minimum number of steps. I think I've already corrected that. At least I was pretty sure I had. Very well might be stuck. Well, it will do that if it can't figure out a way to improve. But generally what it should do is it should attempt to sample... It's going to attempt to sample... It picks a time and it'll randomly try to sample different length runs. It should only go really down to the bottom if that's where it's trying to make progress there. I have to look at it more. I gotta come back to protein. There's so much algorithmic stuff to do, man. So much stuff. Kinda ludicrous. Alright, what's this do? What else do you want to do that you haven't started on? Fast, low RNNs, I gotta do that. I want to do... There's some world modeling stuff to look into, though probably not for quite a while on that. I don't know about phasic policy gradients. I think it's like a net perf hit across the board unless there's a way around it. Now let me answer this. Yeah, but Captain, that's most of the stuff. Holy, that's some cool, crazy terrain gen. Alright. What does this do? So this matches. This matches the... Which it should, right? It seems like it would be fine, doesn't it? That seems weird. Where'd importance come from? Importance is advantages. This like experience dot importance. Thought it was ratio. Yeah, this is experience dot ratio. Experience dot ratio. Let's see what this does. Does this change anything? It does a little better, right? It's a little better. Me. This one right here is bad, right? This should go here. Let's try that. Because otherwise it's storing arbitrary data. Interesting. So match with this, okay. That's fine. I think we actually should just see what's in here at this point, right? Like what's in here? Why is the experience ratio 1 at all the... But that's just the last couple, I guess. That ratio is really not very distinguished at all, is it? Hmm. See what top K changes? I might have to go take a call. This is darn good progress on this, though. Let me just test this last, let me just finish this last run. Okay, I'm gonna hop into call. We'll see whether he wants to do this on stream or not. No big deal either way. Where's Puffer? So top K is way worse. Interesting. Hey, Aaron. Hello? Oh, god damn it, it's this frickin' RTC connecting bullshit. Hello? Hang on. Frickin' Razer settings. It's not even Razer, it's Discord being shitty. Debugging. Stuff. Change server location. And change it back. Is it like, that would make sense that it's just a weird server thing. Where the hell is it? Server location on your server. The heck is wrong with Discord? Does anybody know how to fix this like stupid looped connecting thing? So obnoxious. Uh-oh. Yeah, now Discord's totally screwed. Oh, there's a new update. That's probably why. Damn it. Is it 89? How do I have 90? Oh, they rolled it back. That's screwy. There's no way I would have, okay. Lovely Linux problems. Apparently they rolled back an install, and that screwed me. Hey, Aaron. Can you hear me? Okay, let's see why it isn't. Hang on. Output device. There we go. That should work, right?
I don't see anything.
Yeah, but you hear me, right?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. That was a fun one. So Discord rolled back an update and therefore broke everything.
Huh.
Because I had version 90 installed, and it prompted me to to update to version 89. So they must have rolled back a version.
That is weird.
All right, we are on stream, if you don't mind. Let me
that's
move.
Fine. Let me just push these last few changes.
Yeah, I gotta push
real
stuff
quick.
as well. Let me just move this to share screen, and we can go over and start doing this stuff. I replaced GAE today, by the way.
Nice.
It's gone. Ugh. So we finally made a major algorithm contribution with Puffer.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Oh, there's
CUDA
the
kernel
grid.
for that will be nicely in dev very soon.
$32. No, not you. You. 32.25.
Okay, so that should be good now. I have some old version of Meta.
So I just updated my Git fork from them
Yeah, I'm trying to
to
think
be
if I
up to
should
their
just...
master.
Yeah, these things, they get so out of date. I'm trying to think if I should probably just like hard sync everything. Probably, right?
Probably.
Let's do that. $47 commits behind. All right. And this it'll like internally clone Metagrid, which is not what we want, right?
It'll internally clone PufferLib.
What about Metagrid?
I have no idea. I
That's,
did it once,
yeah.
and then I didn't do it since.
I think that we do need to do, like, if the default's going to, maybe we just have to point it at our fork. So I just get like Tougher AI meta fork or whatever.
Yeah, that works.
Let me see. So I will sync this as well. And then I think if I just change, I probably just have to change the setup so that it goes from our fork instead of theirs, so we can actually write to it.
Yeah.
And theirs
Okay.
is all
I
on
just
3.11, right? Yeah, I
what?
think they're all on 3.11, all their stuff.
Probably.
Meta AI. Do we need any stuff in PufferLib? I guess we have the LP as in PufferLib, right?
The LP is in PufferLib, yeah.
Okay, so do I point this to your PufferLib fork for now? I think I probably do, right? So what we probably do is Puffer AI / Metagrid. Just give me your link me your Puffer repo real quick.
Yeah. You want the .git file, the .git link, or the
I got it.
HTML?
I got it. And what's the branch? Is it dev?
So branch dev _ OLP, online learning progress.
Okay, so I think I'm just gonna send you the setup file
Sure.
so that you don't have to deal with it.
Hey, David.
Hey, David. Just FYI, we're on stream.
Yeah, cool. I mean, that's why I clicked in.
No, I mean we're on what is it? YouTube
Yeah.
X, like all of that. Okay.
Great. Yeah. I gotta run in like 2 minutes, but
Sure.
can I help in any way to quickly point you at stuff?
I mean we're currently just like getting everything set up with all the different forks and stuff required.
Uh-huh.
The current plan is that we're just going to add to the .py this extra LP thing, and then we're just going to have to figure out how to hook up buffers to the Python initially until we get the new
So,
binding stuff.
so take a look go to Metagrid, and then pull up Metagrid env inside Metagrid. Yeah, so Metagrid, Metagrid env.py. So this is the thin Python wrapper. So you can see we just like create a little bit higher, go up a little bit higher, like here in reset env. So or above that, yeah.
You
So
only
there we
call this
make
once, right?
well, we call this every time we reset an env. So we create a new C environment every time.
I mean, I guess we can just pass the reference and
Oh,
in the
well,
same
and
array,
then
yeah.
search for buffers. Or actually, yeah, search for buff here. Yeah, so on reset, we
You just
create
set
the
the
environment,
buffers.
and then we call set buffers on there.
Okay, that's
Gotcha.
workable. Yeah, the new stuff that we
And
have is not quite ready, but it's I don't think I've showed you it fully. It's going to be really, really nice because you're not going to have to deal with Python anymore.
yeah, we're moving all of our stuff out of Python, so we're just going to have like a thin binding layer, and we can do whatever.
How's this look like for a binding layer?
Whatever the binding layer ends up being, we don't care.
Okay. Cool. I just if you do you can do your own custom PyBind stuff if you want as well. I came up with a really nice way just with the Python C API that makes stuff really easy to debug and has very low overhead. But if you want to do custom,
Right.
that's fine too.
Whatever, we'll figure that out. And then if you go back to Metagrid and go to go to the folder Metagrid and then pull up metagrid.pyc.
PyX.
So this so this is the pyx. Sorry, yeah. And if you scroll down,
Yeah, so we have to
like
add a
here,
couple things to this.
so scroll up a little bit higher. So here, basically, this is a subclass of gridenv. And mostly the stuff you want to add is to gridenv. That's basically, this is just a thin wrapper around gridenv that then places objects and stuff. So those are the three files you care about: is metagrid.py, metagrid.py, metagrid.pyx, and then gridenv.pyx.
Okay, yeah. I think then we should be good, and we will see if we run into any big issues. Initially, we're just going to randomize or LP over maps. Ideally, there's actually like some diversity in the maps based on the
I mean,
PCG.
maps slash hyperparameters are also valid.
What do you mean by hyperparameters? Like environment
Like,
parameters, right?
right?
yeah, like your environment parameters.
So go look at metagrid env.py, the previous one.
Where was this thing here?
So here where it's get a new env config.
Yeah.
So if you look at our env configs, we have a resolver in there. So you can see in get new env config, it like takes the env config, it copies it, and then it calls resolve.
Yeah.
So like go to the metagrid, the top level thing of metagrid, and then go to configs or config.
Like
Yeah,
this.
top. Yeah, yep. Go to configs, and then look at like simple. So you can see the dollar uniform.
Yeah.
Stuff, and then at the very top, so at the very root of the config is a parameter called sampling, and that goes from 0 to 1. It's in metagrid, so this inherits from metagrid. Yeah, so here you can see there's sampling. It's by default 0. So anytime you have this dollar uniform thing, it means sample between 0 and 100 with the center at 50, and scale it based on the sampling rate. So at 0, it's always going to pick 50. At 1, it's going to pick anywhere between 0 and 100. So this is already built-in domain randomization. I don't know if this is useful for you, but this is a really easy way too.
Yeah.
So like the way that I was thinking about this was for the LP, sort of just taking all of your hyperparameters that you're setting here, making all those into a key, and then doing the LP over those keys.
Yeah, that seems good. Yeah, feel free to change this and add, or you can use the resolver, add your own resolver if you want, that generates a dict that gives you a min max for each one, and adds them to. Anyways, whatever you think. But this is how we're doing it now, in case it's helpful.
Yeah, thanks.
Gotcha.
The one thing I'd really like to get working at some point is I'd like to get like good training with like all the configs integrated and stuff in the Puffer repo so that I can like throw all our newest stuff on it very quickly. That would be really helpful. And like I really miss my dashboard. It makes it really easy for me to debug.
You should just be all the stuff is in your repo. Like metagrid should just work in Puffer, right? You wrote a wrapper.
Yes, it is. Technically you're right that I can do everything through like the Neptune dashboard. It's so much easier when I have this little local thing.
No, I'm saying our environment. Like you wrote a wrapper for our environment. You should just be able to use it in
I don't
with
know
your
if
dashboard.
I got the full. I forget if I actually got the full like config loading though, or if it's just the defaults.
That's fine. Just do it with the defaults.
That's not going to get us like good like the domain randomized version where the LP is actually going to be meaningful over it, right?
Yeah, but then just like throw a few keys into the LP manually, like do map width and height and like a few other things.
Okay, yeah. Ideally, like the stuff like number of this resource, number of that resource, like those are actually going to matter a lot. So we would ideally want to have like something that's like reasonably similar to your config so that we can directly transfer results to you as well.
Yep. Okay, I gotta run.
See you, David.
Glad you guys are doing this. Bye.
You ready?
Yep. See ya.
Is a number, it's finite.
We just wrap the config.
What was that bet?
Config's kind of complicated, but also we are on stream, FYI. Yeah, thanks for the PRs, by the way. I will get to those hopefully tonight or tomorrow. We had major progress today. We came up with a general purpose improvement to JE, and it's like solid.
Very good. Excellent.
Yeah. Okay.
How are the new kids?
Great.
Congratulations once again.
Have you been sleeping?
Yeah, more or less. She's sleeping a lot less than me.
Yeah.
I tried to watch him last night, and like, I don't know, he started to get a little fussy. I didn't really know what to do, so I had to go get her. Pretty sad. Usually I'm pretty good at reading baby, but yeah, a baby in the middle of the night, hard to tell.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But it's dev time now.
Yep. Okay. So I was
I can get
in
that
the
fixed up,
process of. Hang on. I was in the process of doing a thing. I was trying to get this file for you so that it would just work. This is it, isn't it? Metagrid. Yeah, this should work.
The
Well,
setup file?
Yeah, so we can just do this, and I guess this will build their stuff so we can test it with their training, and then we can also just run it through PufferLib native, which is going to be a lot easier for initial testing, I would presume.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't run like their massive stack of everything.
Also,
So,
like, when on like when we initially pull and get their stuff, right? That should it seems like it could get messy.
yeah.
let me just send you one thing, Aaron. Okay, I just sent you one thing on that.
Okay.
Yeah, so everything
Sounds
else,
good.
everything else, we're good on. I just want to let you know that.
Thank you.
Let's get this thing started. I sent you. Did I put that in voice? I think I did. The script.
You just put that in voice, yeah.
Wait, did I just put? Oh, and it just like it expanded all the links, but just put the Python in.
This is just their setup.py file?
This is their DevOps setup build, whatever.
Well,
I just
regardless, let me go clone their meta
you clone
stuff.
no wait, you don't clone their meta, you clone the puffer fork of meta. And then you run
Okay.
yeah. I could technically push this, but then I'm not gonna be able to PR the thing. Yeah. I swear they used to have instructions on
Well,
how to build it in here,
should
didn't
I
they?
fork off of the puffer meta?
I think you can just, because I can give you perms for that fork. I think you just clone this. No, not this, my bad.
That
Or-
one's theirs, yeah.
Yeah, that's theirs. It's okay, I've been deving a while, alright, give me a second here.
No worries.
Okay, so this is our fork of this. And then I think that they have setup stuff. I don't use Conda for it, but welcome YouTube folks, welcome Twitch folks. We are currently integrating a curriculum learning method into. They have pictures here? Yeah, this cool environment.
Okay, so this is their setup.build.
Is this party open invite? Yeah, you can just join the Discord, Ryan.
Yeah, this is setup. This is their setup build.
It doesn't need NumPy 1.26, right? I think that's like legacy crap.
Probably, I'm not sure.
Yeah. Hey Ryan.
Hey,
GAE has fallen.
it's good.
GAE has fallen.
I'm excited, Joseph.
I am very excited by that. I've been trying to get like the lasting algorithmic contribution for Puffer for a long time, and I think this is definitely it. This is going to be solid.
I'm sure Ryan wants to see some more numbers.
Dude, what is
before he
wrong with this garbage? Like,
officially
why?
buries it. Let me look at it. Oh
The
yeah,
best part of starting a new project, installing
that's the
dependencies.
best part of Python.
This is the
Yeah.
only thing that makes me
There's
want
like too much
quit
stuff pinned.
this line of work.
It's too
Well,
much stuff
Python
to
is
pick.
just bullshit. Is what it is. Like, do you need all this stuff really? Like, do you really need all this stuff? You sure? Is it like trying to install this with the wrong Python or something?
That's usually what's happening.
I think
Because
I
if they have all
checked
that pinned,
though.
it must have worked together.
I was pretty sure I got that though.
Python. It's like 3.9. Like what?
Okay.
There you go. A real error.
Ah, here it is. Yep. It's Python 3.11 mpip.
Oh yeah.
Will work for you if you don't have a bunch of degenerate Python versions like I do.
I don't know how you do research without a bunch of degenerate Python
Yeah,
versions.
exactly.
Look, I've been
Yeah, like-
I've been writing CUDA kernels today, alright? I've been like fixing CUDA bullshit today. Which turns out it's actually, when you get over initial setup, is not bad because it's just C, but I don't know, it sounds fun to say I've been dealing with CUDA all day.
I mean, if that is true, then why is it so hard for AMD to write good CUDA things?
Well, because they're just bad.
What? I mean,
So I just ran that DevOps install
Mhm.
and it ran fine on
4
box
seconds.
5.
Did I miss one of these somehow?
I don't know.
Yeah, I did.
Skill issue.
Look, you see all this?
What Python version do you have?
By default, we're on 3.12 with
3.11.
PufferDev. 3.14 is actually going to be good when it's stable. If they fix threading correctly in Python, I will be able to simplify our vectorization quite a bit and get a little bit of
Really?
perf.
That's actually going to be applicable. Okay.
If they do it well. If they massively screw it up, I'm probably just going to get bored of them and write it in C or something.
And 3.13 is what?
14.
Oh.
Not
It's
13.
experimental in
So-
13.
Yeah.
Here you go.
How's there
Yeah,
no
it works.
PufferLib?
So now I have 2 PufferLibs on this box. One of them at the root and one of them inside the dependencies for meta.
Well, welcome, Aaron. Now you're truly a PufferLib user.
This seems like a problem.
I assume you want to, like, install the version at your home folder so that you can edit it, right?
So probably, but you like, does that break any of their pathing and weird shit?
Look, I use PyEnv. Not popular. I use PyEnv.
Aaron, so the trick for this is that you just, if you're on the same Python version, when you have to switch back to your project, you just pip install -e dot your version and it'll just like fix your symlinks.
Oh, okay,
Yeah, or it
cool.
won't.
Yeah, that usually works.
Until
Well,
it
I haven't
doesn't.
run into any issues with it yet, I think. Or if I have, I fixed them in a
Well,
lot of hours
usually
of
what
manually
happens
moving
these
folders.
days is when people have infra issues, they come crying to me because I fix all the infra issues now.
Yes.
Well, that is what will happen when you set up your own cluster.
Yeah, I kind of. We're gonna order the machines soon. I have to wait for the tariff to make them not $7,000 plus a piece, I think that's gonna get fixed though.
You
I
know,
don't see a world in which
definitely-
those stick around.
Yeah.
Meta did not match any files known to get. The heck? Wait, meta did not match any files known to get. What even just ran? Cloning
Just to be
puffer
clear,
tank.
this setup worked for Aaron just now, right?
On box 5, everything is all the install stuff ran.
It all ran.
Yeah, I know this is obnoxious. Did you run their script or my script?
No, I ran your script without the 311 stuff.
The hell is this? That seems like it did something. It says that the meta doesn't have a branch. Get checkout meta. So do we not have that branch? Do we even need that branch anymore?
Is it?
I think that this branch doesn't have, yeah, this doesn't have all the forks. I mean, all the, is this new though? They're on a meta branch, they're not on their main branch anymore?
I have no idea about their stuff.
Oh, this is just this is a PufferLib branch, we're fine. Yeah, that code absolutely shouldn't have worked if you used this because you checked out a meta branch of your repo, which shouldn't exist.
I mean, is that even get checkout? Shouldn't it be -b meta?
No, it's not supposed to be -b. They're assuming it exists because I made them a meta branch in PufferLib, but now it's just supposed to be the branch that Aaron is using. Let me make sure that you actually did that.
Well, let's run it again. Nope, that's a different error.
See, this is why I hate having to like transfer stuff over. It's just because like the setup is annoying.
Yes, so this has now died on it because it didn't know about a PufferLib folder.
Thank you to our resident advertiser, Bet, for the folks watching. Yes, please do go ahead and star the PufferLib repo. We're almost at 2K. It's like 14 off from rounding up to 2K, I think.
Oh yeah, clearly the installation must not have worked because I didn't see a bunch of building and scythonizing.
Yeah. I can give you the new file if you need it.
Yep.
This run, and then we'll do that. I honestly think we can probably just like screw with the metagrid env code and then run it from PufferLib. We probably only needed to really set up the metagrid code, but I don't trust that the dependencies are correctly isolated. So probably metagrid has some depths that are listed in meta or something.
Maybe the depths that were in the folder that got created as I had partially run through the install were only PufferLib in the fast GAE depths.
Yeah, most likely.
But that's not to say there aren't others of them hidden
Just the
away.
package level stuff, right? Like it's very common for things if you have like a sub package like metagrid, like to accidentally
Yeah.
only put the depths in meta instead of in metagrid. So this will be easier.
Yeah.
Too much code. I want to get back to a point where the PufferLib train file's like 1,000 lines and just solves everything. That sounds great.
Yeah, that would be good.
I think it's doable. There's more stuff I want to try still. All right.
Hey, it worked.
So I think that this works now, Aaron. I'll give this to you.
Oh.
Okay. Next thing. Can we just go to PufferLib and run it now? Oh, that's gonna suck. Okay, I gotta go to dev. Yeah, because Puffer, the dev branch is 3.12. I guess technically we could run it from your PufferLib branch. I guess that we could do that. I don't think if that makes sense. Yeah, hang on, let me do that. Yeah, this is your PufferLib, right?
Most likely. Do a git log real quick.
Yeah, I did.
I saw a bi-directional thing there.
Lovely. Oh, is that actually going to be an issue? Is it like incompatible? I think this might just be I have to restart the container. Let me do that.
Praying.
I don't know why it is that NVIDIA drivers just sometimes die in containers, but they do.
If that's the fix, that'll be amazing.
It usually is.
The setup file you sent still failed.
With what?
Command not found for fetching metagrid into puffer tank meta depths metagrid.
Not copy the right one?
Yeah. The most recent one. From 206.
Fetching PufferLib into.
I mean, I'll kill it and do it again.
There's something screwy there because I should have gotten rid of that. Python dependencies are stupid.
The one this is the one that says 311 everywhere.
Hang on. Okay, so that now does the thing. Let me see what is wrong with yours. You can just remove the fetch and the pull and stuff.
Yeah, I just killed it, and then I'm gonna try it one more time.
Gotta love max compile mode lagging the whole stream.
Yeah, is that
Yeah, you need an entire frickin' 5090, or I guess this is the 4090, entire 4090 just to compile like a few kernels.
hey, it's strong.
I honestly hate this thing because it never even makes anything faster.
You could just disable it then.
We might just roll our own Muon at some point, we'll see.
Yeah, I don't have the hardware for this, so it's the first time I'm seeing this.
This is, yeah, the Muon autocompile thing. It caches the results, so it's not that bad, but it's still annoying. Aaron, you still stuck?
It's in the build process. It probably will die soon. I'm over
Okay.
at box
You
5.
in
Yeah, I'm just gonna wait until this stupid
Right
compile
now.
stops lagging
Like, I'm doing all
everything.
this in box 5. No, just in a base
the
terminal.
cool thing about a T-Box is I can hop on and be in the same T-Box, and I can watch all the stuff you do.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't realize
Yeah.
that worked.
Yeah, it's like shared. Mm-hmm.
Okay, same failure point there. So let me spin up a Tmux, I guess.
I mean, Joseph could just log into box 5 and do it.
Yeah, that works too.
Yep.
Yeah, what do I need to fix?
I just change to box 5 and then we can do the setup there.
I did mine locally as well. Let me see. I guess that would have been a lot easier from the start, huh?
Probably.
Let me get the message. There's no TMUX.
I can absolutely Tmux. I have not built one.
What do you mean built one?
I have not launched it in a Tmux instance, but I could.
Well, you don't
My
need to launch
Tmux
it in
is
it.
on the box.
Just get one in case so it's easier to share messages.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna run this.
When I was setting up NetHack experiments on our
Mhm.
cluster, they require like a central server to just like communicate between different nodes. And the only way I
Yeah.
could get it to run was by opening up a Tmux session on the submission node and running it there.
Oh my god.
Jeez.
Nice.
So I'm the bad guy running stuff on the submission node, but that's all I can do.
No harm, no foul.
I don't think it's too heavy. I think it just like sends one message every few minutes, so I'm okay with it.
Did
MIT
did
had
they
some of like
become
the
okay with it?
They don't notice.
Yeah,
The
they
whole
don't know.
cluster got hacked and they didn't realize. So
Dude, like, do you think
Fair.
that's bad? Honestly, like MIT has had like some of the dumbest like community college grade IT fails imaginable with their clusters. It was like freaking awful.
Imagine. Too many people are just good at math.
Like I had somebody yell at me for like getting a Bitcoin miner on the server when it was literally that they didn't close any ports the last time they got hacked because they have all the ports open.
Just open it up.
Command
I
not
will
that.
say I feel like our like cluster management team, whatever, they seem pretty professional. So I'm willing to give them the benefit of the doubt and say they did actually get hacked by someone with a lot of resources. Because they got it up and running pretty fast.
There was just like a random not commented thing. Okay.
It's usually some researcher getting bored.
Yeah.
Yep.
But I think the issue they said was I'm at University of Maryland, which apparently does a lot of research, like with the government, because they're right there. So I think
For
they were
now.
saying they actually, yeah, for now, we'll see what happens now. But
Yeah.
they thought that some nation state attacker was like hacking their cluster to get experiment data because of that.
China, Russia, Iran, and North
Yeah,
Korea.
who knows?
Because
in
they
there.
need to know, does curriculum learning work?
Yeah, yeah, right. They're all.
Yep.
They're gonna be very disappointed in those experiments.
Also, I got a picture of the UMD gym, and I was just like incredibly jealous. It's just like, what? Why the hell do you guys have the nicest stuff of like any university? Like, what the hell?
It is nice.
I've
But
only
because of
been to
that,
the
everyone's always there.
I've only been to the UBC gym once, and the line was out the fucking door. So I turned around and went home.
Line
Yep.
for the gym. You.
That's the problem. They have really nice gyms, but they also have like 20,000 students who want to use it.
Ugh.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah.
Actually, now I'm curious to look it up again. What is the population of UBC?
The new PufferLib facility includes ample floor space for my own gym. Woohoo.
see that's
line.
way better.
Ever.
Private
So-
gym.
A total of 71,000 students at UBC.
Jeez.
Jesus.
A lot of kids.
60,000 at the Vancouver campus.
I didn't realize it was
Only
that big.
40,000
That's
at UMD.
That's twice as big.
The weird thing is like it clearly, right? It's a giant fucking school, but it doesn't feel that big.
Trying to recruit us.
You know, you can escape to Canada for a little while longer.
There's gonna
Yeah.
be a terrifying coming home. So
It's all
It's a
right.
big school
It'll
with
be
a
it'll
small
be plenty
college
easy.
feel.
Well, you're becoming state number 51 anyways.
Join us.
We're
But I have
taking all the
healthcare
harp
here.
seals.
You don't need healthcare.
We're taking
right.
all the harp seals.
You're right. Who needs healthcare when you have guns?
Yeah,
Exactly.
America.
If the flu tries to kill me, I'll just kill it first.
Exactly.
That's how we do it. All right. I think I got it built.
I mean, look at this. This could have taken what, 1-2 days? Could have taken a week for him to put together.
Hmm?
This is a good advertisement for PufferLib.
We do need just a few more stars on this thing. What are we at now? Maybe a few people started, let's say. It's like so close to the 1950 that'll round up.
Oh, why is it-
1937. I know all these spikes as well. Like this spike here was from George Hotz, like starring it, and then like this was from like Tetsuo promoting it to like his giant following. And then a lot of like the linear growth was just like consistent bits of promo here and there.
We need some more influencers to rep PufferLib. It's too bad Cash is so
I mean, I don't know. I think we're gonna do the like industry use side of Puffer's gonna start getting very large as soon as I like ship some stuff and start actually doing that side of stuff.
I would
I-
agree.
The next release though is
He's
gonna make
upside.
it so much easier because like, okay, all our stuff is really fast, but now we also have better algorithms and like just better everything.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I wonder what Marco's using for his research. You know, he's working for a German egg company, getting the weed zapper to zap weeds, and other similar things.
Oh, yeah. Is that RL?
Yeah, he's doing straight RL.
That's
He's their
funny.
whole AI. he's their whole AI team. Yeah, he showed me a video of a robot arm that he's got. It can grab like a thing and put it in a tote, so it's pretty good. It's gonna like pick cabbages and stuff, I think.
Cabbage
That's pretty
picking
cool.
robot arm.
Yeah,
Are we supposed to be saying all this debug stuff?
yeah. No,
This is not
auto-
debug stuff. This is so this is Muon doing a max compile. It'll cache all of this though. So there you go. So now this is 400,000 step per second train. I don't know if we're getting any infos out through the logs or not, or if it just takes a while or whatnot. I think it does, but yeah. Now we can like do stuff. Okay, there you go. And now it's like, where's our LP?
Great.
So this
Great.
should be perfect for this.
There's the plugins. Just two.
Just two. Need my
Just two.
plugins. Just so I get my editor
I'm gonna-
on this box.
I'm gonna pull all this and just do a local setup too.
There you go. All right, now I got my editor. We're good to go. I love
Sounds
that it's
good.
that easy. So this is where LP goes.
Let me
Yeah,
look at your thing.
probably goes here, honestly, because they set the buffers when they reset it. Or like here.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll fit somewhere in there.
Yeah, something like this. And like add just a set buffer, we'll just add this extra buffer. Which is, you only need one, right? It's like levels, maybe levels in difficulty or whatever.
I just need a way to know what any given environment is working on, right? I need to know what task they've just finished, basically.
Yeah,
That's
so
all.
we just expose all that through Python for now.
Yup. So I'll
I gotta
start
send
that stuff.
I gotta send a thing so I can make sure I get my dinner stuff taken care of.
So do you know anything about this environment, Aaron?
I know the GIF that's hanging out on the center of the README.
Okay. I feel like I talked. This is Davy's environment, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I talked to him about it a while ago, and I like saw their initial work on it, like when he'd only been working on it for 2 or 3 months, so I have no idea where it's gone at, but it seemed pretty cool.
Yeah, it seems really complicated.
It seems like I think he was telling me that the like the main draw of it is that you can assign a different reward to each agent. That's like it's like a unique reward sharing matrix, I guess, between each agent. So like some agents will get the exact same reward as other ones, and some will get like negative rewards based on the different agents' rewards. So you can like decide who's working together and who's working against each other based on that.
Something like that. We talked about it a couple months ago,
Mhm.
and he ran me through some of the basics, but I don't recall the a lot of the salient multi-agent details.
Gotcha.
What did you just look up, Joseph?
How many ounces in a quart?
Oh, come on.
I look
now.
that
I
up every
wanted to
time.
see if I wanted a quart of soup for dinner, and it turns out a quart is quite a lot.
Yes.
Really?
I have leftover stuff anyways.
I'm quite excited. As I was coming home from an eye doctor appointment yesterday, I stopped in a new place. They mainly do like meats for hot pot, but they had some like frozen marinated chicken in
Mm.
there as well that looked really tasty.
Nice.
So I got like a spicy Korean one, and then I got like a honey garlic one, and I'm gonna cook those up for dinner tonight.
Whoa. Fancy.
My favorite seasonings are
And they were
salt and
cheap.
pepper.
I can't live off salt and pepper, my guy.
Yeah, it's not.
I can. All
Yeah,
right.
right. I'm pretty plain too, Joseph.
So LP.
Yeah, I'll start looking through their stuff tonight.
Okay.
Now that it's all in a working order.
Anything I need to do with this?
I don't think so. Like at this point, it's just sort of me integrating their stuff.
All right. There's
Making, like,
nothing
adding their
weird in here
buffers
that's
and-
going to confuse you on your side, right?
I don't think so, but you know,
right.
we'll try it and find out.
Okay, let me know. And is box 5 stable?
Yeah.
Okay, good. Is 6 is the one that's not stable?
6 was the unstable one.
Fucking hell, it's like
Yeah.
it's one thing after another. I think I'm just gonna like what I think I'm gonna do is I'm like if I know which ones are actually unstable, I think instead of sending them to the new facility directly, I'm going to ship them back to main gear and say, hey, fix all the fans that are rattling after 1 year, it's in warranty, and then fix all the CPUs that are still broken even though I've swapped them like 5 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At what point do you have to get like a hardware guy?
Yeah, that's a good
Not.
question.
Honestly, these are only failing because of like Black Swan Intel screw up. Like literally, I got the gen of chips that tanked Intel stock by 25% overnight.
No, Intel tanked their stock by 25% overnight. They've been working on that for years.
I mean, they tanked it by releasing an entire generation of faulty chips. So
Yeah, they were definitely faulty. They are definitely faulty, and the fix is making them slower.
yeah.
Which
Well,
is their main selling point.
the the new box I've got here is pretty darn awesome. It's like really quiet. Really wasn't much more expensive at all. It's got 9950X in it and a 5090, so it's pretty good.
And it's stable.
So far, no problems. Done several like 100 bill runs with Neural MMO.
How about put Pokemon on it? Well,
I think I am actually tempted to just like run new Puffer on Pokemon, like in the next version to see if it does better.
Yeah.
That'd be cool. But I think that that's going to be one of the things that we do when we do our sample efficiency arc. One of the things I want Puffer to be able to do is just like you run hyperparam sweep with the cost being wall clock, you get really fast training. You run hyperparameter sweep with the cost being samples, you get really sample efficient training.
Okay, that's
Assuming that the hyperparameters are the issue there.
Well, no, I mean like on the algorithmic front, we make it so that you can use more compute to get more sample efficiency. There are things I can do for that.
That's intuitive. That's good.
Yeah. One of the things would be like I've been thinking about world models.
Oh, no.
I've been thinking specifically for the purpose of right, like a world model it kind of is like a soft MCTS thing, right? You can use it to do like soft MCTS,
Yeah,
like without needing to actually have ability to set states and stuff. So search scales, right? We know search scales with compute. So
Yeah.
you can crank up compute on search and increase sample efficiency. I think that would be like that's probably a pretty solid way of doing that. And then maybe like by default, right, you don't actually do any search. The world model is just an auxiliary loss or something that's like, improves like internal representation stability and doesn't cost you anything really. Something like that.
Whoa.
I'm thinking about stuff like that.
We're gonna need our own world model then.
I'm gonna work on stuff.
We call it Puffer World.
I gotta find names with all these things. The protein name for the hyperparam search is really good. I like that. I gotta figure out other stuff. Why so many notifications? Oh, this reply.
Because it's X, it's always. Yeah. In-house custom tuning algo. Yeah, it's almost like you've potentially solved their problem already.
Yeah. Was it? Oh, we got a few follows out of that. Cool. 56. Nice. Okay. It is 5:30. What's the plan? Anything else I need to help for, or should I go back to doing off policy whatever for a bit?
Go have fun with off policy. I'm gonna get myself set up locally as well, and then start looking around.
Let me know if you have any issues. Ryan, do you have thoughts on NetHack? Is there anything I can do with that? I think it's just like, I don't know how Mulib ran a ton of them. You might actually need their vectorization, come to think of it.
Yeah, they definitely do weird shit. Like there is a reason that there's been 3 separate RL libraries designed purely to do NetHack experiments.
Wait, it's not thread safe either, right? No, it's not thread safe. Is it just that the multiprocessing overhead is lower in C or something? No.
I mean, that definitely helps. So the Mulib library does multiprocessing in C. I don't know how Sample Factory does it.
I think actually, come to think of it, it literally could be. So the way that PufferLib does multiprocessing is not good for like running 1,000 processes on 20 cores. It's just not good for that.
Yeah.
Because we busy wait so that we have lowest possible latency per core. There's no other really good way to do it. So yeah, you might just need to like get custom vec for that, I guess. Match PufferLib interface, and then maybe it's good. I don't know. But like, if that thing could actually train at a couple 100,000 steps per second, maybe we could get somewhere with it, right?
Yeah, I think to get to that point though, you're gonna have to change the model a good amount.
Yeah. But like
we
have a 3.1
vectorization is gonna help, but
we have a 3.1 mil model that trains 500K with neural MMO.
Sure, but the question is if it does well in NetHack, because it's got like multimodal observations and.
Well, I assume that the current baselines are probably like, if they're running on 100th of the amount of data that they should be running on, right?
Maybe.
I mean, like here, this is you want to see a learning curve. I mean, this is, where is it? All right, this, my friend, these are some learning curves. This x-axis is 107 billion steps. And like, you can see if we stop at 10 bill, right? Like, or 2 billion, like nothing even happens by then. Oh, there is the new advantage filtering operation here. Not bad.
Cool. It's
Pretty good
better
so far. It's about on par with this so far. We shall see.
You've run 25,000 experiments on the ablations branch?
That's the whole project, but yeah.
Damn.
That's
I've been running lots of stuff.
That's the point.
Yeah, that's kind of the point. I mean, this year is like.
I'm just surprised that Neptune will host all that without being like, "Hey, give me your money."
Nah, they're fine.
Yeah, they're chilling.
They've got what? They got seed funding or something? They don't care.
Well, I mean, look,
Yeah.
I'll pay for a Puffer account if whatever's it, like, as long as they have a free tier, so like users can make their own plots or whatever, and not like immediately get paywalled with Puffer. I'm fine.
Do not pay until they implement dark mode. I've already opened it.
Eh, it's funny.
Hey, Bet. Let me show you something.
Okay.
It's the Chrome extension, I'm sure.
Yeah, I know you're gonna show me the extension, right?
I'm just gonna show you Neptune hanging out in dark mode.
Ooh.
Playing hard to get. You know how long I spent looking for the fucking option? Yeah. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, very nice.
Wannabe was
Well,
like teasing like
Not much
sci-fi
right.
mode and whatever, and it looked really good, but it's slow. I got I had a DM from the CTO a while ago, just like asking for feedback. So I gave him some feedback on stuff, and like I don't know, I think they're just suffering from like growing too many engineers as a tech company that's making like a relatively simple thing that doesn't need that many engineers and just needs to be done really well.
They need a front end guy.
Actually, it just needs more engineers.
Mm. I don't know. I would literally just be writing the freaking UI in Raylib, just have like just run the freaking code in C and call it a day, and then it would be fast.
Yeah, it actually can't be that hard, right?
Yeah, I don't think so. You'd have to pipe stuff around to SQL, I think, but that's about it. Alright, so the question of today is, why does off policy not work?
Also,
Isn't that usually
I
chalked up to an
realized
exploration problem?
it's always an exploration problem.
Oh yeah, we also have an algorithm I think we're going to use to replace entropy bonus, so that's kind of cool.
It's coming. The news is coming too fast, Joseph.
Too much.
Yeah, I don't know. I need to
They're-
work more hours and then like get all this stuff done.
They're nonplussed. That's what it is. A serious nonplussing.
Yeah, I realized for those NetHack experiments, my cluster is on its 1 day of maintenance a month, so we'll have to wait.
Dang.
Damn.
Unlucky.
Is it even a cluster? Oh, this is the wrong branch.
I did run this fun experiment though, where I realized that the learning progress curriculum helps for NetHack for 200 million steps.
Mhm.
It learns a lot faster, and then it levels off to be a lot worse. So I just started using domain randomization from some checkpoint at 200 million. And it's actually doing pretty well so far.
Neat.
This is the first thing I've seen that is above domain randomization, so that's cool.
Yeah, you have to run the experiments really long. Like I thought that this one was going to be worse because it intersected over here, this thing.
Yeah.
And then it well, to be fair, this one didn't get run all the way either, but it curved up at 60 billion steps.
Yeah.
So these are pretty clean curves overall. Like there's a little bit of weird concavity, but overall they're pretty good.
Mhm.
I mean, for stable
At what
training
point,
of a 100
Ryan?
bill.
Do you make a new algorithm which just has bandit style sampling for which curriculum learning to use at any given point in time and do a meta curriculum over the curriculum learners?
That I kind of have half of that implemented already. And I'm not gonna lie, I was thinking of some crazy shit today where you have you basically choose at any point which curriculum to sample from.
Yeah.
Anytime you're gonna sample a task, you instead sample a curriculum first and then do that.
Yeah.
You could. I think
could.
it's actually so looking at this curve, just starting a checkpoint from a little bit of learning progress and then using domain randomization after that. I think the next step is you anneal between two curriculums where you level off between learning progress and eventually swap to pure domain randomization. But yeah, you
Prioritized
could.
experience replay kind of has annealed prioritization.
Yeah, that makes sense. So it prioritizes a lot at the start and then not as much later on.
Yeah, we have that implemented as well.
Okay, cool. I didn't realize that.
Well,
So yeah,
we
that's
just
kind of similar.
I just implemented it, but yeah.
But yeah, you could theoretically have a curriculum over your curriculum. It's like, yeah,
Yeah.
one teacher's really good at the start of training, so use that. One teacher's really good in this particular scenario. Sounds insanely hard to train, but cool. I think the problem is there's so much easier stuff, like so much other low-hanging fruit to test before you get to that insanity. Like we don't even know, like annealing. No one's ever done a paper on like annealing between two curriculum that aren't just domain organization. I assume. And no
Honestly,
one's written a
like,
curriculum like that uses like sampling seeds and reward functions with the same curriculum. Like people just don't. There's so much low-hanging fruit to explore.
yeah, a lot of like the best improvements so far in Puffer have been really simple. It's just people
Yeah.
just did it wrong.
Look,
I have
Ryan, it's
a
almost like you could write a whole PhD about curriculums.
You know what the sad thing is? I wrote a whole PhD about the infrastructure to make it possible to do that research, and then did none of it.
Well, I kind of did similar with neural MMO, right? It's like, wouldn't it
Yeah.
be cool if we had an environment that we could oh wait, we can't really train on it, it's too stupid. And then I
Yeah.
just did it like in a few months after my PhD, and now it's great.
That's what I'm planning to do now. I'm gonna go sit down and run all of the NetHack experiments that I've been thinking of while I was writing my stupid thesis and I didn't have time to code. Oh my god. I've done nothing but write down ideas for 3 months because I didn't have time to code any of them up.
Yeah, it's
Yep.
annoying.
That's PhD stuff.
Yep. The ending is brutal because the rest of it's fun. You're just like, I love running
I don't
experiments
know
and
why
seeing
you
cool
spend
stuff
so much
happen.
time. Like, I think I spent a total of maybe 4 days writing my thesis.
I am 100% sure that if I only spent 4 days writing a paper that constitutes a fourth of my thesis, Jeff would have me shot.
I mean,
No, I
four-
spent 4
4
days
days,
writing my whole thesis. Yeah.
how
Yes,
many
yes.
pages is that per day?
Yeah.
No, I spent longer on the. Well, actually, I didn't spend longer on some of the papers. I think one of the papers was like a 3 day. Yeah, okay, whatever. The early papers took a long time, and then they got rejected constantly. And then the later papers that got accepted were written in like 3 days apiece or less. Academia is
I
dumb
feel
as
like
hell.
I needed to write more to support the fact that the research in the thesis was not that exciting. And I had to spend a lot of time writing up the scaffolding for why I wasted all my time working on some of these projects and why they were important. Because there is like an overall motivation in the thesis, but it's not obvious from the projects because they're all kind of random. So I feel like I don't know. I didn't want to just put out a piece of shit. Like I don't know. I worked on this for 5 years. I put a lot of work
Well, I
into
mean,
it.
it's
I wanted to
not
like
like I wrote a
justify it.
ton. You just like you write like a few paragraphs, an intro, a conclusion, and then like the glue in between is all your papers. You just copy paste all your
Yeah.
papers.
I think mine needed a lot more glue than yours to make sense.
Oh, well, yeah, I kind
Like
of
I
just
didn't
did the
write
same thing for 5
I didn't write
years.
3 papers on neural MMO. You know, I wrote like
Yeah.
that Dreamer paper and then reward surfaces and syllabus, which on surface level look like completely different and random topics.
They do look very different.
Yeah. The connection is they are all focused on I guess getting specifically PPO or like simple methods to work on hard games. But
Yeah.
I don't know.
I
If you
see.
want to know the motivation, you can read the thesis. I spent 3 months writing that shit.
Jeez.
Yeah, it's mostly glue.
I did spend
I wanna-
like a few solid
I'm more
weeks
of
on my
an-
defense.
But you see, Ryan, I'm more of an auditory learner. I learn better when I hear
great.
things.
We want you to read
I'll get the audiobook going right away.
Thank you so much.
And you just put your defense up on YouTube, right?
I should do that. Actually, I need to find the recording.
I mean, they
Somewhere.
were like,
Got it.
I don't know why the hell they asked you a bunch of questions during your defense. It's kind of obnoxious.
Yeah, that was interesting.
They also could have gotten better questions if they were going to do that.
Yeah, they asked me very specific stuff.
Some of them do, right?
Yeah.
I
was
don't know what the hell
weird.
broke here.
It's the point.
I definitely got grilled at the end though. Peter Stone asked me some real hard hitting questions about like my definition of curriculum learning and what does open endedness actually mean.
You know, I don't think the field has agreed on that
Yeah,
definition.
Yeah, he wasn't happy with that answer, but that was the best I could do. It's like no one really has a good answer. I talked to some people a day before the defense on Twitter, like trying to figure out what a minimally open-ended environment looks like, and they had no idea. And they wrote a whole 20-page paper defining open-endedness.
Yeah. Well,
I mean,
I
like,
don't know.
right, Jeff's answer is just an environment, well, a setting where your goals can always be changing, right? That's like the minimal.
Yeah, but that's not formal.
No,
That's
it's
like
not.
literally your goal's always changing. I can just like here, the pufferfish goes and collects food. I keep putting the food in different spots.
Well, yeah, that's the
Yeah.
problem. Like any
Doesn't
environment
work.
that, from the perspective of an agent, literally every environment is open-ended for at least a little bit. Like cart pull is open-ended until you get the physics down, because there's new challenges until you figure out, I can generalize over starting positions, and then I've solved the game. So there's there's like there's this idea that open-endedness is actually like a temporary property of environment, and it's dependent on an observer. Like,
Yeah, like that's Lisa's and Tim's arguments, basically.
yeah. Which kind of makes sense to me, because I don't know how else you would define it. Like, I don't know how you would define that some environment obviously has this property of infinite complexity. Because I don't know if you could. I feel like even the real world, like there might be some limit, you know. Like eventually you learn enough that there's nothing to generalize over. Maybe that's wrong,
I
but
mean,
I don't know.
I don't think the real world has shown that to be true.
I mean, it's definitely like bigger than it would ever be feasible for anything we create to do that, but that doesn't mean it's not possible for like, I don't know,
Yeah, fair.
an infinitely sized learner or something. I don't know.
But like even just like from the perspective of us as people, right? We are
Yes, from our
still
perspective,
learning
sure.
new things.
Yeah, I agree with that. From our perspective, real world is definitively open ended, but it requires it to be from our perspective because I don't know if like the real world from any perspective actually has infinite complexity.
Yeah.
But that gets kind of philosophical. So I make the argument of the thesis that we can just assume that the environments I'm studying are open ended from the perspective of an agent because there's way too many challenges for it to learn in the
Joseph,
amount of time we're training it.
Joseph,
Yeah,
that's
you
in my
did this
one
already?
of the PRs you haven't addressed yet.
Man, it's like I screwed up because I swapped over,
It's in one of the two PRs.
but
That's
it's
waiting.
I'm sure what
I
PR
I
what
gotta
branch
go.
is this
I gotta
PR
take a phone
to?
call. Ryan, let's chat
Well,
later.
Yes, for sure.
I was gonna try to just quick fix this so I can just run, but yeah, I kind of screwed up by rebuilding and like swapping stuff in this state.
Big mistake.
That's dev branch, right?
No, it's buffer, which is like not fucking stable at all.
I haven't touched buffer, but you just need to rename the functions C step and C reset and C render.
Yeah,
That should,
I think I'm gonna do that for now just so I can get this thing done, and then I'm gonna merge, and then we'll PR.
yeah, no, just rename those functions. That should be good because in the dev
It's
binding,
just reset and step, isn't it?
yeah, reset step and render just for consistency. The only one that matters is step, by the way. But they have to be consistent with the env binding dot h file. So that's how they are in the env binding. Should work. C render.
What the hell? It's something is supposed to be.
Just rename it to C render in the env.
Well, it's because it's in the binding files wrong.
Just rename everything to C everything. C render, C step, C reset, and then just leave it.
Yeah, I think
Otherwise
we're gonna spend tomorrow, I think, cleaning up a bunch of this shit.
Because like it works for you sometimes, but it does not work for me, nor for other people with the just name step because of that conflict.
Why? I don't understand how the fuck. I think that way I accidentally did this shit. No, this is gonna break everything. Hang on.
It won't. It's you only have
Why?
anything with
I think that
combined.
I need. This is gonna also conflict with your PR if I do it here. I think I
Will
should just
not,
take
no.
your PR.
No. On dev, in the env binding file, everything is already renamed C.
Fine.
C reset, C step, and C render. That's how they're named in the env binding on dev branch. So I've made them all consistent with all the envs that have been converted. So everything will be consistent in dev branch with the C underscore notation. C reset. Name them all C reset. Name them all C step. Name them all C. There should be 2. Yeah.
I'm getting just kind of tired and hungry here. Dinner
Yeah,
soon.
it's dinner time. You ordered your food, I assume.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry, Joseph. We can't let you take a break until you solve a little more of RL. Get back to work,
Yeah.
buddy.
We need one more algo before
Hungry.
dinner.
Yeah, we're gonna need one more breakthrough before bedtime.
Man, Sunday sucked. Like I was planning on going to brunch at like 1 or whatever, or like noon, and the IT guy showed up like 2 hours 10 minutes late, and then was here for like 2 hours. So I ended up like I got up, I went for a 6 mile run, and then I just didn't get to eat a total 24 hours, and then like I had like a 3 pound dinner.
Oof.
That sounds horrible, especially
Yeah.
especially the run.
Run is
Are you
good.
still in the Bay Area or?
I am in what the fuck is this? I'm in Florida right now,
Oh,
and I will actually be going to Maryland in a couple of weeks. To the
I'm
new
not in
facility.
Maryland.
Yes. Well, we missed each other then, but I will be going to the new facility, and I will be getting initial stuff set up there, and there will be some cluster outage time, I'm sure, because I'm going to have to ship machines.
Okay.
But yeah, then it'll be good.
Well,
We'll get them into the new facility. Stuff will be way more stable. Everything's on a UPS, and then I just like start adding equipment to there, and I start like adding all sorts of stuff. It'll be good.
All right. Well, let me know when you're heading down. I mean, I'm not sure. I got a few things going on in May, but I got some friends in the area, so
Mhm.
and it's only like a 3.5 hour drive, so I could come down.
It's a fun setup. It is absolutely a fun setup.
When I visit, I'm going to be crashing on site, right?
I would have to get like I could get like an air mattress or something. Sure.
I can sleep on floor along with
To be
family
fair, the
members.
floor is going to be it is rubberized flooring because it's like 3/4 inch rubber mat for the gym floor.
That sounds comfortable.
That's
to me.
comfy.
It does
Yeah.
very comfy.
Yeah.
All right. I also got to hop, but it's fun chatting.
Yeah.
Congrats on the new developments.
This algorithm is going to be pretty freaking cool, I think.
Yeah, and I'll spin up those NetHack experiments in like
Mm-hmm.
a day and a half when I get the cluster back up.
Solid. I think it's also like I gotta get the off policy stuff working because that's where we're really expecting it to do better.
Sure. It'll be interesting to see if it works with NetHack because that is actually more off policy since it's more asynchronous than I assume what you're working with. But
Well,
maybe
I have
not.
to get the. I have to see what the heck is wrong with the way we're doing it at the moment.
Mhm.
That might give some insight.
All right. Well, I'll let you know when I get that up and running. See you guys.
See
See
you.
you, Ryan.
Let me see.
What is this? Tensor.
Hang on, let me find it. Here. So this is. Oh, so this is not working, I guess. Oh, because replay factor isn't set. Yeah.
You should get a document going with your PufferLib breakthroughs or the.
There will be a blog post. There will be probably a very long blog post. They usually do pretty well as you know. They usually do pretty well, but it's like I can write or I can build.
Yeah, no, I know. It's limited. I was thinking more just for you to keep track of, and also to, to point to, so that you don't have to explain every single time to every single person. I mean, it's kind of a lot to explain, right?
Yeah, you just run it and it solves your stuff.
That's the no PhD researchers are going to be satisfied with that answer, though.
Yeah, they will when it solves their stuff and they no longer have to
Well,
spend.
when it actually works, then they will be.
Yeah, it does actually work, to be fair.
That's probably the most critical part, is that it does work.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so this is like.
But what is
There's
that?
a tiny advantage difference across samples. That's like minuscule.
Though. It's doing things correctly.
Yeah, but like this is why, I mean, the prioritized replay, it's kind of just adding some stale data.
Yeah, exactly.
So there's like nothing.
That's normal SPS. That's
Well, hang on, maybe we're doing this wrong, because this is the ratio, right? We don't need. You prioritize based off advantages, not ratio.
now it'll break.
That's something, right?
It's going, definitely, yeah.
So this here, yeah, there's a decent difference, okay, between these two.
It's very different.
Mean advantage, yeah, the mean advantage of the best samples is higher, by at least a bit. Three X. Okay, so then that's like correct. And then this ratio. You prioritize based on advantage. That's how it's sampled. What if we set the sampling to random here? What if we set sampling equal to random? Do we recover the original performance?
I think it's going to be worse.
Hmm.
Wait. Has not this been the original performance?
You'll see.
These two experiments you just ran seemed to be working normally.
So this is the on policy performance, and then this is the best we've done with some off policy data.
So,
but I don't know if it's off policyness or I don't know if it's like weird sampling bias shenanigans.
Or potentially that the environment does not benefit from off policy.
Also, why do I not have? Why does this not show up? There we go. Mm-hmm. So we see there,
That's better.
yeah, it is better. So it's not off policyness, I don't think, that's screwing us up. At least not that much. Yeah, having an extra 50% off policy data, look at that. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt you one bit.
Yeah, not in this. It doesn't.
It's the fact that somehow the prioritization of that experience is wrong.
So prioritization's hurting it.
That's very weird. Because what if I do this? So we do full random. Okay. Dinner soon. All right, yep. That is literally the dinner bell. Interesting. Okay. I will be back after dinner for another hour or two. So for folks watching, Puffer.ai for all the things. Star the Reaper to help me out for free. Join the Discord if you want to get involved. And yeah,